Good afternoon, distinguished professors, distinguished speakers, their participants, and paper presenters. It is both privilege and great honor of being the coordinator of this program, International Webinar on IPR and Sustainable Cities and Communities. On behalf of the Department of Studies in Law, University of Mysore, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to this thought-provoking and inaugural session, followed by insightful paper presentation. Today, the Department of Studies in Law is deeply gratified to bring together the IP experts, legal luminaries, to address the challenges that arise out of the fostering green technologies, innovation, and urban and mobility solutions, renewable energy, smart city initiatives, and sustainable solutions. As we all know, urbanization is rapidly reshaping the world, but more than half of the global population now residing in cities. And this need for sustainable development or sustainable urban development has never been more urgent. Cities are the heart of the innovation, but they also face profound challenges from the climate change, resource depletion, and rapid population growth and social inequalities. To address this, the United Nations Habitat Tree Conference has set some clear goals to address some of the challenges. And that is the core vision is to need innovations, technology, and collaborations. Here is the place where the IPR come to the picture to play a role. Now the question arises, how do we manage urban growth while we preserving the environment? How do we ensure that innovation leads to sustainable solutions? IPR is not just a legal tool, but it is a key enabler. Provides protection for new ideas, encourages investment and research development, promotes commercialization of groundbreaking solutions that can drive towards the sustainable development and urban planning. In the context of urban sustainability, that what we discussed today, IPR safeguards technologies and designs that can transform cities to the more sustainability. IPR offers framework for protecting intellectual assets that reshape our future and our landscapes. Beyond that, IPR also play in sustainable development, such as providing incentive for the green technologies, green efficiencies, waste management, resource conservation, adoption of green technologies and in urban cities, particularly in the urban mobilities, like from the electric vehicle to sustainable public transport system. These technologies all are protected by the IPR and prevent unauthorized use by the third party. IPR also play important role with the smart cities, which is the future of the urbanization. It is more or close attached to the Internet of Things, blockchain technology, nanotechnology, and so on. So integration of such technology requires a robust IPR system that safeguards innovation and underpins the innovations. Further, I would like to highlight some points as the coordinator that today we are privileged to have the expert in the IPR. We have Professor C. Basaraju, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Karnataka State Law University, who will share his insight on the critical role of IPR with the new urban agenda, that which drives to the urban and water management, conservation, and supporting that is sustainable development goal. Then we have a privilege to have Professor Gayur Alam, Senior Professor of Law, and he's a professor who is expert with the business and IP laws from the National Law Institute, University Bhopal, followed by Professor Shirin Awaslo. He's a professor of law at the National University of Juridical Science, Kolkata. Sir will talk about innovation and urban mobility solution, protecting the technologies through IPR. Then followed by Professor Dr. Kenneth Mutamma, who is on the flight right now, if he could join the later stage of the program. And Sir will be talking on the architectural development and the infrastructural aspects of IPR. To kick off this remark, now I have a honor to invite Professor M.S. Benjamin, Dean Faculty of Law, Chairman, and the Professor of Department of Studies in Law, University of Mysore, to deliver a warm welcome to the dignitaries. Sir, over to you, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Putra. Good afternoon, Honorable Vice Chancellor, distinguished speakers, esteemed participants, panelists, and dear colleagues. As a president of the program and chairman of the Department of Law, University of Mysore, Karnataka, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you all to this international webinar on intellectual property rights and sustainable cities and communities. The present webinar is the fourth program organized by the Department of Law, University of Mysore within 2 months. The department had conducted webinars on IPR and sustainable development goals, IPR and investment laws, IPR and poverty alleviation, and WTO ministerial conference on reduction of a tariff and its impact on climate change. So far as the present webinar, the topic is concerned, there are three important elements that determine the future of our cities and communities, such as innovation or research and development, creativity, and sustainability. IPR plays very significant role in protecting ideas that lead to more sustainable cities and communities. This webinar provides a platform to debate and deliberate the power of IPR in building cities that are smarter, greener, and more livable for future generations. We are honored to have with us Professor C. Basavaraju sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Karnataka State Law University, Hubli, the Karnataka, as a chief guest for this program. Sir, on behalf of the Department of Law, University of Mysore, I heartily welcome you to this international webinar.
Thank you.
We have with us as a chief or guest of honor, Professor Gayur Hala, Senior Professor of Business and IP Laws, Head, the Department of Business and Intellectual Property Laws, Chairperson, Center of Business and Commercial Laws, the National Law Institute, University Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Sir, on behalf of the Department of Law, University of Mysore, I welcome you to this webinar. I also extend a warm welcome to Professor Dr. N.S. Srinivasalu, National Law, University of Juridical Sciences, Kolkata, member, International Council for Jurists, London, and scientific member of a Canadian Institute for International Law, Ontario, Canada. I welcome you, Professor Srinivasalu. It is also my pleasure to welcome another distinguished speaker, Dr. Kenneth Wayne Mutuma, Senior Faculty of Law, Nairobi Law School, Nairobi, University of Canada. So on behalf of the Department of Law, University of Mysore, I welcome Professor Kenneth Wayne Mutuma. I extend my warmest welcome to all our esteemed colleagues, paper presenters, participants, program coordinator, Mr. Kudrat Hasmi, the members of organizing committee. I once again welcome you all to this international webinar on IPR and sustainable cities and communities. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. With that, I now invite our chief guest to share his experience. Before we start, I would like to request Ms. Srishti to just brief about sir, then proceed with his speech.
Professor Dr. C. Basavaraju is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Karnataka State Law University, Hubli, and a distinguished legal scholar. Sir earned degrees in English literature before transitioning to law, obtaining his LLB, LLM, and PhD from University of Mysore. Professor Dr. C. Basavaraju's research focuses on social justice, human rights, and the rights of weaker sections, with his PhD thesis published as a book. Sir has presented and published more than 85 research papers at national and international conferences at Poland, Bhutan, Dubai, as well as in the journals. Sir has authored several books. Sir began his academic career at NLSIU Bangalore and later held key positions at the University of Mysore, including Dean, Professor, and Registrar. Sir has guided more than 10 PhD candidates and mentored over 150 LLM students. Professor Dr. C. Basavaju has been a member of NACPIA team. Sir has also contributed to the curriculum development, framing 50 courses for 5-year integrated law programs. Sir is recognized for his integrity, dedication, and commitment to the legal education and social justice. Sir, we are delighted to have you as a chief guest for this international webinar on IPR sustainable cities and communities. And sir, we are eager to hear you. So please.
Thank you. The president of this international webinar on intellectual property rights and sustainable development, sustainable cities and communities, Professor Suresh Benjamin, distinguished speakers of this international webinar, dignitaries who have joined this webinar, all participants, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Today, the organizers have identified a very important and contemporary relevant subject, topic on intellectual property rights vis-a-vis sustainable cities and communities. Firstly, we all know that the very emergence of our intellectual property rights regime has grown enormously over a period of time, wherein the intellectual property rights, the different intellectual property rights are essential for promoting innovation, economic growth, as well as protection of the inventor's rights or creator's rights. Whatever may be the innovation which takes place in different fields needs to be protected by law. And also, as a result of this innovation, any economic growth which takes place needs to be also protected, in addition to the protection of the rights of creators. Intellectual property rights, basically, it motivates for creativity. Creativity wherein there must be a public access to the knowledge created through creators. Whatever may be the knowledge which is created by the inventor or creator needs to be available in the public domain. And therefore, there is a need of access to the knowledge created by them. And also, the resources available are to be balanced. And this kind of balancing of the accessibility to the knowledge and the resources created by the process of this innovation is a very important in the context of the working of IPR with the sustainable cities and communities. And of course, intellectual property rights encourages basically creativity. As I told you, it encourages creativity of the creators, inventions of the inventors, and various artisans who come out with the various designs needs to be encouraged and protected. It also recognizes the exclusive rights and the efforts of inventors needs to be rewarded. And that is the fundamental objective of intellectual property rights the intellectual property rights such as the patent, copyright, trademark, geographical appellation, designs, whatever may be the intellectual property rights which are created by the inventors or creators needs to be recognized. In what sense? How to recognize? The IPR regime recognizes the exclusive rights of these creators. The exclusive rights of these creators and the efforts of the inventors are to be rewarded. And that is the fundamental principle and the mandate of the intellectual property rights. So whatever is created with the own knowledge, intellect of an individual needs to be awarded. For example, we have a copyrights. See, why I am telling all these things is through these intellectual property rights, any creation of cities, communities, any promotion of urbanization also needs to be protected. And therefore, the various IPRs we find in the IPR regime, such as copyrights, trademarks, patents, industrial designs, trade secrets, including the geographical indications, they are all very much required for the development of urbanization. They are all very much required for the promotion of the appropriate cities and communities in the urban areas. You may be surprised to know that more than 75% of the population of the world, they live in the urban areas. When they live in the urban areas, what kind of facilities, what kind of the structures, what kind of plans, town plans are to be made for the purpose of the sustainability of the urban cities and communities. So therefore, with the vast increasing of population, the vast increasing of urbanization, and even the transportations and industrialization, which is creating, there is a need of creating sustainable cities and sustainable communities has become a very challenge today. If you look at the city of Japan, Tokyo, or Singapore, look at the structure of the city, the design which is made, the layout which is formed. They are to be made keeping in view of the sustainability of it. Because it is not that whatever we do today, whatever the designs we make today, whatever the layouts we have drawn today, for the improvement of urbanization, for the improvement of cities and communities, we should also keep in mind the future generations also. That is exactly where the IPR and the sustainable cities and communities come into picture. See, therefore, according to the United Nations, as it is reported, 70% of the world's population live in the urban areas by the end of 2015. And of course, there will be a huge crowd. And also there will be a huge number of infrastructure needs to be for the purpose of accommodating this huge population by the end of 2050. How to go about it? And how to balance the infrastructure on the one side and the sustainable principle on the other side. We should also keep in mind that the next generation of people should also be able to enjoy whatever the resources available in the community and whatever the nature of the cities which are developed out of the intellectual of an individual needs to be protected for the future generation also. So therefore, IPR demands for innovative solutions to address the problems of urban lives and environment. These are all the two very important issues needs to be addressed. When there is a swift increase in the urbanization with different layouts, with different designs, with different structures through the intellect of human being, how exactly these urban lives and the environment needs to be conserved and protected in the light of the intellectual property rights. The life in the urban cities, the lives in the urban cities, the environment we find in the urban cities are totally different than that of the lives and the environment find in the rural areas or the non-urban areas. See, once we form a layout, once we design a layout, once we provide a particular infrastructure through design, we need to keep in mind certain factors. How is it the entire design of the city? Is it accommodative for the people? Is it comfortable for the people? And if it is comfortable, to what extent it should be sustainably used, the resources available in the city should be used keeping in view of the future generations, the future people, the people of the future generation. To what extent the environment should be protected and conserved in this cities and the urban communities. And because of the huge infrastructure, because of the huge introduction of technology, because of the huge introduction of through innovation, there is a need for preservation and conservation of environment through various technologies. As I already told you, look at the city of Singapore, look at the city of Japan, Tokyo, or Washington, DC. A very important cities, a highly developed urban cities, they are facing so many problems, even though your intellectual property rights are involved in the development of these cities, there is also a negative impact on certain various issues like environment, like lives of the people who live there. So therefore, intellectual property rights, it demands for innovative solutions and to address the problems which are really living problem of the people and also the problem of environment. Sustainable development is the need of the hour, it is no doubt, because everybody wants the sustainable development, urban development. You cannot damage and destroy, you cannot completely use the entire resources available in the urban areas or in the cities at the cost of the future generations. Or the sustainable development is the need of the hour because it addresses many issues concerning environment, quality of life, promotes economic growth, and promotes much more than that, inclusion, social inclusion. Because you don't find this in the non-urban areas, but in the urban areas you need to have a social inclusion. Everybody, in fact, they are included. There is an inclusive atmosphere. In this inclusive atmosphere, how to protect the environment for the future generation, how to protect the intellectual properties which are created in these urban and cities and communities, keeping in view of the future generations. Therefore, sustainable development aims to provide to inhabitants with a high quality of life while ensuring a future generations to meet their demands. It is true. That is exactly where we make a demarcation between the requirement of the quality of life and the requirement of the urban development. There are host number of decisions given by the judiciary across India and even the international judicial institutions. They have also recognized that there is a need for the development. There is a need for economic development through intellectual property. There must be a creation of intellectual properties. It is true, but to what extent? There is a need of balancing the intellectual property rights, resulting in creation of various properties, resulting in creation of various cities and communities, and needs to be regulated through technologies, through innovative technologies. So therefore, there is a need of holistic approach to urban development to create resilient, to create the safeguard for the people and also the inclusive community. There are also inclusive community. So therefore, access to essential services to be provided through various policies and initiations. How to provide the essential services in this particular background of where the urban cities, they are developed, urban communities they have developed with the various designs, with the various layouts, with the intellectual property. How to protect all these properties? So therefore, access to essential services to be provided through various policies and programs, various initiatives. There is a need that the state authorities must come out with various policies and initiatives to regulate the misuse and abuse of these cities, the resources available in these cities and communities. And it provides for affordable accommodation, efficient transportation system, and green spaces. So therefore, in order to regulate, see, in due course, very shortly, there will be smart cities everywhere. And once this concept of smart cities is extended everywhere throughout the country, and even various other countries have already, in fact, initiated the smart cities. How to regulate these properties from being damaged, and how to regulate the environment in these smart cities where technology is involved at the same time where huge population is involved. So therefore, there is a direct link between intellectual property rights and the sustainable cities and the communities. Sustainable principle, in fact, is inevitable. Whatever may be the development which takes place in the field of science and technology, in the field of medicine, in the field of infrastructure, whatever may be the development, economic development, including the industries, establishment of huge number of industries, then all these, in fact, needs to be balanced with the living, and also needs to be balanced with the future generations, sustainability or the sustainable cities. That is why there is a saying that economic development as a result of the intellectual property rights and also the importance of the environment and the natural resources for the future generations needs to be balanced. On the one hand, we are going in a galloping horse, just like a galloping horse. More number of creations, more number of innovations, more number of technology, more number of the processes are taking place and coming out with various products and various infrastructures, designs, layouts, and everything. But to what extent? Only to the extent of sustainability. If the sustainable principle, in fact, is not ensured, in the growth and development of urbanization, in the growth and development of industries, in the growth and development of transportation, I think there is we have to pay a price for it. And that is why in order to protect the future generations, there is a need for sustainable use of urban cities and the communities, and also the infrastructure which are available, the resources which are available, the structures which are provided as a result of the IPR. And I hope that this international webinar will pay a way for to find out the various avenues and also various measures to regulate the abuse and misuse of the environment and also the properties, the cities and the communities and the properties of the urban areas needs to be protected. And I hope that the distinguished speakers, in fact, in this webinar, they are going to discuss all these things and to highlight the very important issues which crop up in the process of application of these intellectual property rights vis-a-vis the sustainability of cities and communities. I thank the organizers and especially the president of this program, Professor Suresh Benjamin, and the coordinator, my student. My student whose name is Syed Kudrat Ashemi, and his team. And I congratulate them for conducting this program. And thank you so much. And thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your thought-provoking speech. I shall have the privilege now to invite Professor Gayuranam. Before start with his speech, I request my colleagues to brief about this. Sir's profile, please.
Welcome, sir. Professor Dr. Gayuranam is the Senior Professor of Law at NLIU Bhopal. Sir began his academic career at NLIU in the year 1998 and was the first faculty member of the university. Sir has actively contributed to NLIU's development since its inception. In the year 2024-25, Sir has marked his 27th year of teaching at NLIU and has completed 16 years as Professor of Law. Sir has also served 6 years as senior professor. Professor Dr. Alam holds a BCom Honours degree, LLB, LLM, and PhD in Law. Sir was awarded a Fulbright Scholarship in 2002 and pursued PhD at the George Washington University Law School, USA. Sir received a scholarship from Cambridge Law School and the British Council, that is UK, in 2007. Sir was awarded a fellowship from Casper University of Washington, USA in the year 2001 and has received the AMU Merit Scholarship for 8 years. Dr. Alam has published Scopus indexed articles, books, and handbooks. Sir has delivered over 300 invited expert lectures at institutions of national and international repute. Sir has officiated as a director, that is the Vice Chancellor of NLIU, multiple times. Sir, we are delighted to have you as the guest of honor of this international webinar. So please.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So thank you, Professor Benjamin, for inviting me for this interaction. Thank you so much.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Hishmi, the coordinator. My greetings to all the speakers, all the participants, and everyone. The topic which is mentioned against my name is smart cities and the role of intellectual property rights in integrating technological innovations for sustainability. And in Singapore and UAE, and how India can benefit from these models. So, one point before I start this, that is what is good for Singapore and what is good for UAE. Is it also good for us? Let us think about it. I'll come to that in a are we the same? And is it necessary to copy others and imitate others? Gandhian idea is that we must keep our windows open, right, for every idea, right, every practice, allow every idea to come in, but at the same time, we should not be readily and willingly um, ready to accept it without questioning it, right? So, what is it? I try to begin with the beginning generally. So, first thing is it's a webinar. Um, Webinar has its own advantages, uh, but e-version of seminar. Seminar is derived from the word semen, that means seed. That in this discussion, whatever we are going to do, something will be seeded or conceptualized, and then we may have conference, we may have symposia, and other things later on. The first thing is what is the meaning of smart and what is the meaning of city. The word smart, and whether smart is an acronym or a word or both. We use the word smart. Answer is it's both. It's a word as well as an acronym. And in case of a smart city, um, that is acronym, not a word. Right? That is one understanding. So if we go to the etymology of the um, word, initially it meant causing sharp pain, right? Sharp pain, not pleasure. So what causes sharp pain? Not only pain, but sharp pain is smart. That was the initial meaning. What happens with the meaning of a word that it changes with the world, it grows with the world. So what was painful in the beginning is now considered to be a thing of pleasure, right? And then it acquired a meaning uh, of keen and brisk. Keen and brisk. Now it also means mentally sharp. This guy is very smart. Means very mentally quick and neat, brisk. So this is the modern meaning. And the acronym SMART can be expanded as self-monitoring analysis and reporting technology. Self-monitoring analysis and reporting technology. And here, when we use technology, it is information technology, ICT, and other technologies are generally neglected. And here, smart means data, 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 and then analysis of data and what policy decisions, what other decisions may be taken on the basis of the data. So it is also, amongst other things, data economy or data-driven city. Right? Now, data is currently it is in binary, right? 0 or 1. Majorana has been launched by Microsoft the first quantum one, where one cannot tell the value whether it is the value of 0 or value of 1. So now And that will also accelerate the speed of collection of data, analysis, and everything else. The word city owes its origin to Greece, right? So, smart city on the one hand, and then we have intellectual property rights, right? And then after that, and there are 8 types of intellectual property rights at least, and few new are coming into being: popular, patent, copyright, trademarks, copyright under the Designs Act, geographical indications of goods, protection of plant varieties, layout design of semiconductor integrated circuits, right? Trade secret. So 8 types of intellectual property right. So it's a property regime. So property regime, amongst other things, is exclusive regime, not inclusive regime. And that point must be understood by every law student, every law teacher, that we are here talking about exclusivity, not inclusivity. Right. So I'm not going into that detail because time allotted to me is only 30 minutes. And thank you, Professor Benjamin, that we started dot on time. Dot on time. And that is one of the essence are one of the conditions precedent for creativity and innovation. Right? Time management. Then what is the role of IPR? It's cliche. It's cliche to say that IPR play crucial role, pivotal role, significant role, indispensable role, important role, salient role in every walk of life. It drives, encourages, protects innovation. I consider this idea to be cliche and lopsided also. Right? Because it's a seminar. In seminar, one of the ways of doing seminar, or now though it is conducted in the form of a webinar, um, for reasons of convenience, because doing it in the meet space, maybe costly affair, doing in, because it's also smart, because right, smartphone, smart this, and the word smart has a very generic meaning also, right? Very generic meaning also. So I have formulated few questions, right, for deliberation. I do not have complete answer to every question, though I have my thoughts on them. First and foremost question is, what do we mean by smart city? Do we know it? And what for we need smart city? What is it that we want to achieve? Whether objectives are clear, that because if we have a smart city, that city will be the best place to live, not only for us, but for future generation also. Is that the idea of having a smart city, or there's some, so whether idea is very clear, or it is again an idea driven by those who are technology leaders that use our technology, and then you may become smart. So these are one first and foremost question. And then a related question is, do we need a smart city or smart people? Are people smart? And if we have smart infrastructure and people do not know how to use it, right? One simple question may be that how many of us can claim that, look, I'm using all the features of my smartphone? Anyone in the participants who can say with confidence that, look, I'm using all the features in my smartphone? Anyone? My hypothesis is perhaps none. Perhaps none. So, and are they worth using? That's again a question. And then must we copy Singapore and UAE or any other country for that matter? Or on the one hand, we are talking about creativity. Creativity is antithetical to copying, imitation. Imitation is servitude. It is servile. It is serfdom, right? It is serfdom, and it is slavery. Copy, right? That is one way of looking at it, because creativity should not stop with copying. That what we can learn from here, what we can learn from there. We must learn from everyone. But the question is that important for us? And what is that learning? So that is another question. Then, whether creativity and innovation first or IP first? Should we be focusing on more on creativity? That each one of us should be asking that whether, for example, my university or University of Mysore has been able to make an environment conducive for creativity and innovation. And are we really enabling our students to be creative and innovative? And for that, what are we doing to make them creative? Or we are just emphasizing memorization and recall, right? Memorize, learn this, reproducing in the examination, or our assessment evaluation is also focusing on creativity and innovation. And no creativity, no critical thinking is possible without questioning. And this is what I'm trying to do. I do not know whether I'm successful to do it. And I'll also request that let it not be a monologue. If there is any participant, any member of the organizing team wants to intervene, my request to the organizers will be, please let that person speak in an intervene, right? Let us not be it's not be a monologue, right? So that is one thing, that is my request. And if it is, it can be done. And then, as I understand, it is not IP. It is not IP because of which seven wonders of the world came into existence. Or anybody can say that, look, or Shah Jahan was building Taj Mahal because of some IP, copyright, something. Or Burj Khalifa was constructed because of some IP, right? Is IP the reason? Was Ghalib writing for IP? Or Principia Mathematica was written for IP? Ramayana was written for IP? Mahabharata was written for IP? Was that IP the reason for creativity? Or at best, IP. So, IP first or innovation and creativity first? Which first? Which comes first? As per my understanding, IP is a response to creativity, right? IP is a response to creativity. IP is a response to innovation. First, we have to be innovative. First, we have to be creative, right? And then question of protection. Because if I'm creative, or whatever ideas I have, I'm discussing with you. Am I seeking any protection for that? That don't listen to me and don't understand me. If that is the purpose of my discussion here, that is futile, that is useless, right? If that be the purpose. So if we are talking about promoting innovation, at best, IP is a factor, though very important factor to promote creativity. There are people who have been creating, they are creating, and they will be creating in future also. Not necessarily because of IP. Read about those who invented hybridoma technology. Right? One of them wanted to go for a patent, two of them said, no, we are not going for a patent, and they won a Nobel for that. Right? Read about the history of CRISPR, a technology used for gene editing. Right? Doudna, Carpentier, they won Nobel in 2020. Right? Couldn't get patent on that. Right? So if I come up with something new, maybe that I want to give it to the public. I'm doing it for public good. And whatever we are doing, I am doing, you are doing, whatever. Public has invested in me. Society has invested in me. It's not that And I have learned from the knowledge of others also. Most of the knowledge that we have is second-hand knowledge. We learn by reading, we learn by listening, right? So it is not that it is my, what is that amount of creativity that is mine? I can legitimately claim, look, it's my baby. I produced it. I came up with this. So only in that much, if I can. But that is not a compulsion on my part that I must seek a protection. I may say that, look, it's for public good. It is non-rivalrous. I want to enrich the society and public domain. I want. That is my whole idea, right? Or I can keep it secret. I will pass on to my sons and daughters or my relatives or my students. Will not allow anyone else to use it. Know it. Right? Transfer of knowledge from chest to chest. And third, maybe that I want to protect it by any form of IP. That is another thing. But what I'm saying, IP is a tool, is a device, no doubt a very powerful and very popular tool also, but not necessarily people are creative or they become creative or innovative because of IP. That is what my idea is. And one question should be asking, and I seek the response from the participants on this, that India, in the knowledge economy, India is, and there are three options, is producer of new knowledge and new technology, option A. Option B, distributor of new knowledge and new technology. Option C, importer and consumer of new knowledge and new technology. Since it is MCQ, only one option is the most appropriate one. Which one will be the most appropriate one? Appropriate one according to you. Anyone? Is there any response? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So nobody is responding to that. Or in the chat box, Mr. Hishmi, if you can see that if someone has responded in the chat box, just allow the participants to option A, option B, option C. I just repeat the options. Uh, Producer of new knowledge and new technology, option A. Option B, distributor of new knowledge and new technology. Option C, importer and consumer of new knowledge and new technology. So did we get any response? Ayushi is saying A,
In-
we are producer of new knowledge and new technology. So Ayushi, which knowledge or which technology did we produce, and can you name it? Is there any other response?
Sir, I believe we are the importer and consumer of new knowledge and technology.
Um, you are not audible to me, Miss Ayushi.
I believe we are the importer and consumer of new knowledge and
Okay, so somebody wrote here A, option A. I do not in the chat box.
Yes, sir.
And that is the response that I get. The response that you are giving. Question is why we are what we are as a country, and then on the one hand, we have Indian IP system ecosystem. IP system is there, right? Can somebody manage the screen? Where the University of Mysore maybe in the main frame.
Please,
Yeah,
pardon. Yeah.
good. Thank you, Mr. Hishmi. The second one is that On the one hand, we have Indian ecosystem of creativity and innovation. Universities are part of that ecosystem. No university can deny that, look, I'm not a part of the ecosystem of innovation and creativity. That is one. And then we have an Indian IP ecosystem. On the other hand, are they working together? That is another question. And then, as far as 2011 census is concerned, because thereafter no census has been conducted, so to the best of my knowledge, the Indian population living in rural areas is around 64 point something, 65%. Urban population is 35%. Right? Are we focusing on the villages also, or we are talking about skewed development? Because if we do not focus on the villages, we will be forcing migration from the rural areas to the urban areas. And whether our cities have the carrying capacity, can they? Because why can't we focus on our villages? Right? Why we cannot? Why we are debating only about smart cities? Why aren't we talking about smart villages also? Why we are neglecting the majority? Right? Is another question. Because if the ratio is it is percentage term, it is somewhere 65 to 35, right? 65% village population, 35% urban population. That is 2011 data. Figures must have changed in the last 14 years, maybe perhaps 6:4 ratio. But again, village population, right? So are we, what do we mean by urbanization? Are we urbanization? Does it mean that we are also going to urbanize our villages, or we are focusing more on the urban areas and calling the people from villages to come to the urban areas? Is that the meaning of urbanization? Right? Are we forcing people to migrate to the cities? Right. So why are we doing that? Did we think, or do we think about why do we want to promote migration to cities? By making cities smart and leaving villages neglected. The constitutional mandate is, we are law students, because this event is organized by the Department of Law, Legal Studies of University of Mysore, right? We talk about unity and integrity of the nation. Can nation be united and integrated if we focus only on the urban areas and we neglect the rural areas? Right? So that is a big constitutional question also. Um, then, is it a sustainable approach? Sustainable means what? Which can sustain for long, till eternity if it can sustain. Right? Till Qayamat Parla if it can sustain. Then it is only sustainable. Right? So what is the longevity of sustainability? Are we thinking of 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years? And what is it that we are planning? Is it a fair approach? Is it a just approach? Right? And again, are we trying to overcrowd the already crowded cities? Right? I'll come here because it's smart. And then why don't we even think of developing the whole country? Let us have holistic approach. Let's have inclusive approach. Let's have smart India. Why smart cities? We have digital India. Why not smart India? Right? Why not smart India? Let the whole country be smart. Whatever is the meaning of smart, let's define that. Right? And then why do we make smart smarter and smarter smartest and keep on persistently neglecting those who are not, in our, according to our definition, smart? Is it like making rich richer and poor poorer? Is a question. Then aren't we talking about skewed development, lopsided, one-sided, and then right? And then why can't we make the whole India? Right? That's the most and why don't we or should we or must we focus on uniting and integrating India? There are certain parts of India which are not connected. There's connectivity problem, right? In certain cities, you have so many connectivity. You can move to any place. You can reach there in 1 hour, 2 hour, and to reach to some place, you have to take days. You have to wait at the airport, or there's no train. It takes hours. So why can't we think um, holistically? And when if the smart city is about data, collection of data, what about privacy and surveillance? Because if data is available, that will also that may be misused, that may be abused. Right? Private inform. Are we thinking about it, or just provide the data and we will do that? So IP initially promotes exclusivity initially, because if IP can be defined in one word, it is exclusivity. IP is a negative right, not a positive right. I'm not going to discuss about IP. So how can we replicate the smart city model throughout India to make it inclusive? If it is by definition exclusive, it may be because it's my intellectual property right. You want to replicate that in your city, I will not allow you. I will stop you, or you seek permission and license from me. So that is again going to be a problem. Um, so those having the first mover advantage will not allow others to enter. And this was what was again exemplified um, in the state of Punjab versus Devendra Singh by the Supreme Court of India, that those who enter the compartment of the train, in the general compartment, they don't allow others to enter it. Right? So as law student, we have to think about it, that I'm there, and then how many Indian and foreign IP holders will benefit by leveraging IP for a smart city? Because if we are net importer and consumer of knowledge and technology produced by others, who is the beneficiary? Who is the beneficiary? How many indigenous IP is used in smart cities? Is there any data available? Whether any empirical study has been done, right? Who is going to benefit out of it? Whether India is going to benefit out of it, or somebody else is going to benefit about it, right? So is it who gains, who will lose? Is it win-win for us, or it is lose-win? We lose, they win, or so smart. My conclusion and suggestion, because my allotted time is coming to an end, is smart India requires collaboration of everyone. Everyone. We should not be thinking and working in silos. As academics, as lawyers, we have to bring in economists, sociologists, psychologists, accountants, economists, policymakers, politicians, bureaucrats, engineers, managers, everyone. If we want to develop this country, the only way out is inclusive approach. Let's involve and let's work together. Let's work together to make India not only smart, but also the best place to live till eternity. Let's have that planning. And it's not merely infrastructure, right? How people to people connect can be built. Whether there is an environment of hate or there is an environment of love, whatever we do on the infrastructure side, data side, this side, that side, will that be good for us? So these were some of the questions that I had. And thank you, Professor Benjamin, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Jai Hind. If there is any question or comment, I would like to respond, provided organizers allow it, because my allotted time is coming to an end in 1 minute.
Is there any question? So there's no question. Thank you so much, sir. We are very delighted to have you. And we benefited from your reflective questions and the smart talk. Thank you so much that you've given your precious time. We are privileged to move with Professor Dr. Srinivaslu Ines. Before we proceed with his keynote speech, I would like to request Srishti to brief about sir and we will proceed.
Welcome to the webinar, sir. Professor Dr. Srinivasulu NS is a professor of law at NUJS Calcutta and a distinguished member of International Council of Jurists, London. Sir is a scientific member of the Canadian Institution for International Law and is associated with the World Commission for Human Rights, London. Previously, Sir was a faculty member at NLSIU Bangalore and the University of Mysore before joining NUJS as an associate professor in the year 2007. And Sir was promoted to Professor of Law in the year 2013. Professor Dr. Srinivasulu is a prolific author and has over 110 research publications, including 7 books, 3 monographs, 9 edited volumes, 15 book chapters, and 75 research papers. Sir's work has been published by renowned publishers such as Oxford, Penguin, Springler, LexisNexis, Manupatram, etc. Sir has worked with Government of India's Ministers of Justice, Commerce, Human Rights Development, and Transport, as well as the UGC on policy matters. Sir has also provided legal and policy guidance to the Government of Karnataka, Government of West Bengal, Assam, and Goa, with a focus on legal education, law, and policy issues. Sir, we are grateful to have you with us here virtually, and we are eager to hear you. So please.
Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Thanks for inviting me for this program on intellectual property rights and urban planning, urban mobility through green technology. Governments across the globe now are going for private-public partnership, PPP mode, whatever you call it as. That's the reason why intellectual property rights become important, because private players always would try to have competitive edge fellow competitors or other fellow entrepreneurs. When governments go for private-public partnership in urban planning or urban mobility, when they encourage private entrepreneurs to participate in national development, there comes the question of how exactly these private players are competent enough, what extra they have, what special they have, so that they can work for nation's development. In the modern age, every one of us have realized that it is not possible for the government alone to do all that the society needs or demands. That's the reason why from past 35 years, if we observe, number of public sectors have either become private sectors, or there is public-private collaboration is going on. Because the government alone is unable to take all those developmental measures forward, ranging from transport, banking, insurance, aviation, navigation. Every sector which was earlier with the government, we get to see now private participation. Similarly, generally people perceive that urban housing, urban planning, urban mobility, this is the job of the government. True, it is the job of the government. But nothing prevents the government from allowing private participation in helping them in properly designing, structuring urban planning, urban mobility, urban housing. That's probably one of the reasons why intellectual property rights will have some role to play in coming out with novel means, methods, technologies through which you can go for better urban planning, better urban infrastructure, better urban transport or mobility, better urban environment management, better urban housing, better urban water management, better urban traffic management, better urban waste disposal, whatnot, whatever we perceive as problem or problems in urban areas. To mitigate that, to combat that, to minimize that, some sort of innovation, some sort of creativity, some sort of unique designing is required. Especially in case of urban mobility, 25 years back, we never envisaged these flyovers, underpasses, metros. We never envisaged. Doesn't it involve some amount of creativity and architectural design when you go for underpasses, flyovers, for easing out the traffic in urban areas? Now we are also talking about underground drainage system. In most of the Western countries, you have underground gas supply, underground electric supply, right? You don't get to see the kind of towers, poles, right, wires that we get to see in India, in urbans, right? One need not go to London, one need not go to Washington or Perth to see it. In YouTube, we can check it out. All that is based upon the unique creativity, unique innovation in urban planning. There again, as I said, intellectual work, it need not be always a civil engineer's work. It could also be the role of engineers who are into architectural, engineers who are into electricity. For example, if you would like to have electricity supply underground in urban areas, that IT and your electronics engineer or electricity engineer will have to work it out, because it's not just putting the pipes beneath the earth. That engineer will have to measure in terms of how much of electricity it can pass through, especially in wet areas or in hilly areas. All these things are there. Urban planning, urban development is not just a civil contractor's job. A lot of intellectual work goes into it. A lot of creative work goes into it. A lot of designing goes into it. See, all these things are actually showing you the glimpse of intellectual property. Can we believe that whatever urban planning that is taking place in this country today, it has been all done by our own government of India? The urban planning and the transport minister Nitin Gadkari, without the support of technocrats, without the support of engineers, without the support of private players like Larsen and Toubro, Adani, especially in of your infrastructure pertaining to aerodromes, airports, shipyards, and also railway stations. All these private players are contributing with their unique innovation, unique planning, unique designing. And because they're in collaboration with the government and those collaborators, private players, either jointly get that IP or they may not like to get that IP at all. I'll give an example. During COVID, that Pune Institute, Serum Institute of Pune and Bharat Biotech Hyderabad, they developed that those two, Covaxin and Covishield. Both are patent eligible. Nobody applied for patent because government collaborated with those two, and we supplied to some 50-60 countries. So this kind of collaboration is also happening. Private-public collaboration is happening in urban planning, urban designing, urban infrastructure also. That is how the private participation is adding vividity. Private participation is adding better competitiveness. But it is giving better results. And even if government players are there, they are kept on the toe. And it increases their spirit and competitiveness as well. At the end of the day, we need better results, better life, conveniences, comforts. And if you would like to have all those things, you need to get little creative. You need to get little innovative. There should be better planning, better strategizing. All that is required to ease out your traffic in urban areas, to ease out housing problems in areas, to mitigate and reduce the pollution in urban areas, remove waste, whatever waste, digital waste, e-waste, bio-waste, whatever waste, and its disposal. So every problem that you get to see in urban areas, for that you require some unique planning, unique creativity. And especially when it comes to urban mobility, which the topic that has been allotted to me by University of Mysore, intellectual property rights role in promoting green technology in urban mobility. I thought of giving overall background because as a keynote speaker, I thought that overall background I will give why intellectual property rights will have some role to play in urban planning, and what type of green technologies that we perceive, which will also help out in maintaining environmental balance and environmental cleanliness, safety, and security. Right. So, having given that general briefing background for IPR and urban planning, let me take you people through urban mobility. Of course, minimizing the environment pollution, water and air pollution through vehicle emissions. That is what the fundamental idea behind promoting green technologies in urban mobility. You want to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions. You want to ensure that there is no water, air pollution, or environment pollution. If it is there, even if it is there, it should be at very minimum level. How that can be ensured? By promoting electric and solar energy based vehicles, by promoting biofuels, which could minimize the pollution, by promoting green cities, where in certain areas you don't allow any motorcycle, any automobile at all, only two-wheeler, in the sense only bicycle, and minimizing private vehicle use, and by promoting public transport. Most of the European countries do this, right? Most of the Europe, even Prime Minister of UK travels in UK metro. It's not that the vehicle is not affordable for them. So because they have better thinking that by having some 10-20 vehicles following me, I may become big. That is our ego. But at the end of the day, those 20 vehicles, pollution emission is inhaled by all the people around us who are voting us. But whereas the other way around, is the so-called civilized nations or smart city or whatever you say, they go for using urban transport only. That's one way of minimizing it. And for urban transportation, not only our metros would play a vital role, and that metro channel creation, and where and all, how and all metro will have to be there. This is again part of your architectural engineering, right? By having a hawked look on the city, by having some minimum idea with reference to which areas, which type of clay is there, which type of soil is there, that civil engineer architect will have to plan it around. And then especially, as I said, because private players are now participating, government is only more or less supervising it. The better player who is having a better design, not only the least quoted design, least cost quoted design, better design, which could be more fruitful, which can be quickly completed. So such type of designs government is encouraging. And such type of designs are results of your innovative thinking, creativity, which would fetch you some patent or some copyright. 50% of vehicles in UK, France, Germany, and such other European countries are electric, and remaining 50% public transport. And electric vehicles, battery vehicles, or solar-based vehicles are the new innovations, new creativities in the automobile sector, in the transportation sector. Similarly, more than 50% vehicles in USA, Latin America, China, and Australia are also electric and solar-based. So what we are trying to discuss now, urban mobility, green technology, urban planning, and green technology, these American countries, European countries, including Australia and China, they have already done through public-private participation. We are actually lagging behind. Now we are trying to look at around and try to observe. And in most of these civilized nations, the street lights are not normal electric bulbs. They're LED bulbs, because it will create less heat. It will consume less electricity. Second, when you are consuming more and more electricity, where from it is coming? Electricity in India is generated through coal. 2/3 of Indian electricity is generated through coal. Very recently, last week only, Prime Minister made a statement that India is now proud that we are what do you call, self-reliant in terms of electricity production because our coal production has surpassed whatever country. So I was thinking, feeling very bad because coal you are burning and creating electricity. How much of environment pollution that coal burning is creating? Rather than that, you should have promoted the solar energy, which would not give you that much of environment pollution, right? So less consumption of electricity is also a reason for mitigating and controlling your environment pollution. And we all know that in urbans, in metros, in cities only, electricity will be consumed more. So when you use LED bulbs, or when you go for less electricity consumptive transport mechanisms, you are actually supporting the cause of less environment pollution. So we need to promote in the automobile sector such kind of engines, such kind of vehicles which would use less electricity, which will give zero emission or less emission, or such type of vehicles which which take power from solar based power, so that you are not burning coal, you are not disturbing the nature, you are not depending upon that nuclear power also. Both are danger to the environment, right? So we need more and more innovation in smart electricity consuming, smart urban mobility, where if you promote engines, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, or whichever wheeler it is, which leaves less emission, consumes less electricity. I'm not talking about crude oil at all. Crude oil should be completely removed. If not today, down the line, most of the nations will stop consuming crude oil. I told you already 50% of the European and American nations are depending upon battery and all that. It's not that they don't have money to purchase crude oil from Middle East or Saudi Arabian countries. They have, but they're concerned about the environment, their environment and health of the people. That's the reason why they're promoting innovativeness in urban mobility. And as a result of which, 50% of their urbans, 50% of their masses are not using crude oil. So that much of environment pollution that your crude oil would have caused has been now mitigated. So we need to also think in terms of that. Of course, government of India is saying that if it is a diesel engine, 15 years lifespan is fixed. After 15 years that diesel engine based vehicle should not be on the road. If it is a petrol-based engine or vehicle, 20 years is the maximum period. Why? After 15, 20 years, respect to your diesel engine or petrol engine will cause more and more environment pollution, air pollution, whatever you call it as. That's the reason. So we are little slow, but we have started. Further, artificial intelligence-based traffic solution, AI-based information. It may be your GPRS and all that, where from you get advanced information with respect to in which area there is a traffic congestion, in which area through which you can get through quickly, so that less traffic congestion takes place and there will be less impact on the environment. Remember, 1/3 of the air pollution is because of traffic congestion, because people do not switch off their engine in the signal 60 seconds, 90 seconds or whatever, and it is there. 1/3 of the air pollution, 1/3 of your environment pollution is because of signal congestion, traffic congestion at signals. So now by using your artificial intelligence or satellite technology, if all your vehicles are having that facility whereby it can give a caution information to you that if you go in this road, there will be congestion there and here, and this much of time you have to waste on, alongside that, this much of fuel you need to shell out. So rather than that, take the other way. So satellite based or artificial intelligence based vehicles we need to come out with. It may be public transport or it may be private transport, whatever, doesn't matter. But you need to depend, if you use the advanced technologies like artificial intelligence or your satellite signal-based vehicles, automotive cars or whatever you say, they can play some vital role in not only reducing traffic congestion, not only saving your time, not only saving your health also, because getting stagnated in traffic, signals, not only will cause air pollution, your health also will be undergo some trouble. So health and environment both will be affected. So that can be minimized when you go about coming out with such type of two-wheelers, three-wheelers, or vehicles which would use this technology, and that is where you talk about green technology. Green technologies, there is no actual technology like green technology. It's nothing but a technology which would play some role in maintaining the greenery. That's it. Some technology which would play some significant role in maintaining the greenery around you. So the electric vehicles or battery-based vehicles, solar-based vehicles are considered to be green technologies. They're actually not green, but they're helping out the mankind in maintaining the greenery around. Similarly, if you are using satellite technology and artificial intelligence to minimize the traffic, these technologies are also actually helping you out to maintain the greenery around you. So these technologies can also be called as green technology as well. Then further, to ensure urban mobility, innovations in the area of urban planning, urban designs, like better roads, better infrastructure, better structured flyovers, underpasses, underground drainage system, underground supply of electricity, such as even including gas, your internet, whatever, all services through underground route would also help the not only urban planning, even the urban mobility also in a better way. And to ensure this, you need to have some better innovation in the urban civil designing and as well architectural designing, right? Further, when in the urban mobility, for ensuring all this easy and comfortable or convenient urban mobility, when green technology based innovations are produced, our patent law is very much viable to promote such technologies. If you are coming out with better infrastructure to ensure proper and eased out urban mobility through flyovers, or your metros or underpasses, that is nothing but a creative work, architectural work. For that, your copyright law is there to promote the same. And satellite-based, your aeroplanes use radar system. Satellite-based air traffic control takes place over there. Similarly, satellite connected traffic control rooms, if at all we have in all our mega urban areas, also help out in minimizing carbon emissions, and also playing some vital role in maintaining that greenery around us. And of course, alongside that, better urban mobility would reduce travel times. It would decrease traffic congestion and ensure lower emissions. And that is how greenery can be better maintained. Nowadays, the most advanced countries like USA, Japan, and all, they're talking about urban air taxi. It is nothing less than your helicopter. So their automobile come IT engineers, they are planning for urban air taxi. If you are using that urban air taxi, if you see since that the traffic congestion is there and it will take some 5 to 10 minutes, this technology, urban air taxi technology, would ensure that you can vertically take off. We have seen this in a couple of Hollywood movies, but it's the reality. But there are certain safety issues connected with it, right? That's the reason why these things are not yet been allowed into the general usage. But still, this urban air taxi would also add to urban mobility by which can bypass your regular traffic congestions and all that. Now, as I mentioned, designing of urban infrastructure, especially physical routes, can be given protection under your architectural work of copyright. I also mentioned about biofuels, not crude oil, bio-based. You are using plant-based tissues or leaves by virtue of which you are producing petrol or diesel. You are not actually mining the crude oil from the beneath of the earth like it happens in Middle East and all. You are taking it from inside the soil. Not that. Whatever greenery is there around us, right? By using that greenery also fuels can be produced. And we need to promote such kind of fuel production, right? Because it will have great impact on maintaining your urban better urban mobility and in ensuring greenery. So biofuels, if at all some innovation has taken place for that, there could be method patenting or process patenting can also take place. Perhaps in 2013, World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, the big boss of intellectual property law across the globe, launched a green initiative to promote green technologies, not only in urban planning, urban mobility, but across. That is done to ensure that your public law concerns, including your environmental health concerns, are maintained. You are promoting IP, and the promotion of your IP should lead to maintaining health and environment. And that can happen through promoting green technology. That is the fund of that WIPO's 2013 initiative. And same WIPO intends to ensure sustainable development agenda through green technologies by 2030. Sustainable development also in terms of Convention of Biological Diversity 1992 and Indian Biological Diversity Act of 2001 and all that. In general, maintaining environment and all that. Now WIPO, which is actually a international body of intellectual property, it is talking about it. Talking about sustainable development. How and why? Because promoting green technologies would pave for sustainable development, especially in urban mobility, because it 2/3 of the pollution is because of the urban areas, traffic congestions, urban areas, private vehicles, and where too much of pollution is taking place. To mitigate that, WIPO is targeting that by 2030, we should be in a position to achieve sustainable development goals by promoting green technology in urban mobility. As we have already seen in most of the America, Latin America, and European countries, more than 50% is already green technology-based vehicles only. Those countries are already paving way for sustainable development through using green technology-based vehicles. So now WIPO is aiming that Asian countries, including India or such other developing countries, should also be in a position to at least perceive it by 2030. Way back in 2009 itself, USA, UK, Japan, they launched green patent initiatives to promote green technology in urban mobility. 2009, 16 years back itself, these developed nations like USA, UK, Japan, they promoted green technology patenting. That means if you are coming out with a petrol or diesel-based engine, they will not give patent. If you are coming out with a vehicle which doesn't require petrol or diesel, which requires only solar energy or which requires electricity or such other power, those are only promoted, or those are given some subsidy. Those are given add-on value, or those are processed quickly, right? So these are the initiatives. It's not that you are only trying to figure out where this green technology is there. If you are coming out with such kind of engine which doesn't use crude oil, because it will have a dampening impact on the environment. So patent offices in Japan, USA, and UK, they're given government, their respective government has given special directions to this 2009 initiative that promote those intellectual property rights patents in this area. Whenever you get to see the applications carrying some green technology based engines, which use only solar power or your battery power, right? And now India is aiming at zero carbon emissions by 2070. India is aiming sustainable development goals by 2030. And of course, of late, we also launched Mission Agni to promote commercialization of green technologies in urban mobility. Agni is an initiative of Government of India, wherein it was launched off late, few years back, wherein in the lines of USA, UK, and Japan, which are promoting this green technology-based urban, vehicle engines since 2009. Now this Agni mission of Government of India is also following the same footprints, saying that now we also promote non-crude oil based vehicles, and we promote non-crude oil based vehicles in urban cities to ensure that urban mobility is not coming in the way of urban greenery, right? So promotion of green technology is also happening in India since the launch of Mission Agni. And by 2070, Government of India is planning to ensure that there are zero carbon emissions. What does it mean? Zero carbon emission means zero consumption of crude oil, petrol, diesel, kerosene, nothing. Only completely based upon solar power or battery electricity power. And that electricity also non-coal based, purely either hydro, I mean using the water, or solar, right? All those methods and modes by which you would have produced power, vehicles and all, which would have come in the way of your environment, all or those things are going to be blocked. Only green technology based innovations, green technology based engines, green technology based vehicles will be allowed. By virtue of that, you can ensure zero carbon emission. Now, to further that, in 2022, Government of India happened to come out with National Solar Mission. You must be having a fair idea that the Government of India is giving subsidy. If you are putting up solar panels on your roof, right? Government of India is giving subsidy to promote, consumption of solar electricity, and so that your regular electricity, as I said, which is 2/3 of our regular electricity is coming from your thermal or coal. To reduce that, now government is promoting solar based electricity production, especially in urban areas. So it is called as National Solar Mission of India 2022, and this mission would greatly benefit urban mobility, because as I said, electricity consumption, power consumption is mostly in urban areas. Traffic congestions are in urban areas. So the dampening effect on your environment is basically from urban areas. Usage of crude oil based vehicles, right? Improper infrastructure, right? Or improper constructions, which are blocking sometimes pathways, blocking greenery or blocking drainage, and sometimes blocking rivers also. We have seen, floods and all these natural calamities are happening mostly in the cities. They are not happening in villages, because under the garb of urban infrastructure development, whatever, you are actually coming in the way of the nature. You are actually coming in the way of environment. Therefore, it could be for urban housing, urban infrastructure development, or urban mobility. You need to keep in mind that we should not come in the way of the nature. Whatever we are doing, including usage of our vehicles, we should try to ensure that we are in a position to sustain the greenery through usage of green technology. We are in a position to ensure the safety and security of the health of the people and environment around us. That can happen through promoting green technology. So since 2022, Government of India is also doing it now. WIPO launched it in 2013. Most of the civilized nations, developed nations, have been doing it since 2009. So in urban planning and urban mobility, now what the latest development, contemporary development, is that promoting green technology to ensure that there are less emissions, no emissions, or zero emissions through using solar-based or electricity-based vehicles, by better infrastructure, better planning, better route maps, using satellite technology, artificial intelligence technology, to ensure that there is less traffic congestion, less fragmentation on the roads, and less emissions. That is how green technology can help the cause of maintaining comfortable and green urban mobility. And we need to promote, as intellectual property scholars, or the entire intellectual property legal landscape will have to aim at promoting type of innovations and creativity which would help us out in maintaining the greenery around, through promoting better infrastructure, or through coming out with those types of engines, vehicles which do not use the regular crude oil. Even if they use, they go for less emissions, right? So this is how one can try, at least aim, for ensuring that greenery is maintained around us, and urban planning and urban mobility can ensure safety of the health and environment. And to make it possible, we need to promote more and more innovation in green technology, in the sense the technology by using which your urban planning and urban mobility can help the cause of maintaining greenery around us. This is what I got to say on this intellectual property rights role in promoting green technology for ensuring better and green urban mobility. I thank Mysore University, especially my senior colleague, Professor Suresh Benjamin, and all other organizations for giving me the opportunity, and all the participants for patiently listening to me. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. Your talk was excellent exploration, how IPR can act as a catalyst for the sustainability in urban and transport system. And you have highlighted the cross borders such as Japan and USA and UK practices. Thank you so much that you have given your precious time. So we come to the end of the inaugural session. Now we shall move to the paper presentation. So I would like to highlight that the esteemed dignitaries, despite of having busy schedules, have joined us. If you wish to, you can leave. So we shall. So once again, good afternoon. We now move to the exciting insightful session for the paper presentation. We privileged to have a diverse range of papers related to aspects of intellectual property. Now start from the green technology, the sustainable development, and the urban transformation. Now, the paper presenter have time minutes of 10 minutes, and I kindly ask all the presenters keep their time time of their so that we have a ample of times to ensure that the flow of the presentation. So now I shall call upon Ms. Sarah Benjamin to present her paper. Sarah, are you there? Ms. Sarah? Right. So we shall move to the next paper presenters.
Good evening.
Yes, please proceed. Yes.
Uh,
Do you have any paper, PowerPoint presentation?
yes, I have.
Well, have you.
A very good afternoon to one and all gathered here. The topic of my presentation is, am I audible?
Yes, you are right.
The topic of my presentation is legal framework or legal frameworks for protecting design and copyright in the smart city planning landscape. The contents, I'll be dealing with the introduction, the copyright and the design laws, which will be whether is it how it is interconnected, whether it should be harmoniously connected or in tandem, and then the legal framework of copyrights and the design rights. A few of the case studies as to how the globally how the smart city works, and then later on to the conclusion. So the smart cities is nothing but it's nothing but the integration of the physical, human, and digital connection, the frameworks and other diversities such as the stakeholders and the stakeholders, the government, and the citizens. So when we deal with a smart city, it encompasses both the physical, digital, and the government frameworks. It's nothing but the urban economic system. We have example of the Surat's AI device, AI-driven flood management, and the Pune's integrated traffic control system also as one of the example of a goal towards achieving a smart city, which comes from the 17th, which comes from one of the sustainable goals, which is the sustainable goal of goal 11, which aims at making cities inclusive, safe, and resilient and sustainable. So now moving on to what copyright is. Copyright protects the software and the databases and the digital content. So in a smart city, there is both digital elements and the physical infrastructures which are protected by the copyright laws. And the design rights are nothing but the aesthetic and the functional aspect of these smart city hardwares. So now moving on to how there is an interconnection between the copyright and the design law in the development of a smart city is the interconnection of the copyright and the design right, it arises when there is a need to protect the digital innovation and the physical infrastructure. Now for example, if there is a software which is running in the if a software runs the traffic management system, then it is protected under the copyright, but the design of such sensors is protected under the design right. So in a smart city, when the if the smart city uses such a software which is integrated to a proprietary device, then the question arises as to which intellectual property should protect such a design or the element of the so-called software. So now this is very crucial to understand because when in a smart city is taken into consideration, there are many devices which are produced in a large quantities. So if that city uses a design that is industrially applied, then the copyright might not be able to protect it anymore, and it leaves the question of the design right. And also in a smart city, there comes the problem of the public private partnership as well, because if a private company it develops a system for the city, then who owns the copyright over that system? Is it the city or the company, or is it shared? So this is one of the question which we have to which arises when the interconnection of the copyright and the design right. Also in a smart city where there is, when it comes into international vendor, then how is the intellectual property law across this global jurisdiction handled? So now for example, if there is a sensor which is designed in China, and then if it is used in India, the question arises thereby, where which is it, the design right or the copyright, which has to be enforced with regard to that censored device. Now, taking into the examples of India, there is this as I mentioned before, the Surat's AI-driven flood management. There, the question arises as to the copyright was given to the AI models which predicted the flood, but then the design right was registered to the and the design right was registered to the sensors which collected the data. So now what and then moving on to the another example was the Pune smart city, where the dispute over the intellectual property ownership of the AI driven traffic system arose, and because it was made by a private company, there had to be a there had to be a shared ownership of the copyright. So Moving on to the case studies, the first being the microfibers versus the Girdhar and Company. Here, there was the conflict between the copyright and the design right for the with regard to a fabric design. So this copyright dealt with the artistic work, whereas the design right dealt with the registered design. So now there was a relation to now how is this with regard to the fabric of the copyright and the design right applicable applicable in the smart city is if you take smart city into consideration, this the fabric can be replaced by the IoT devices and the designs like the smart meters as the aesthetic elements which will be registered under the Design Act so as to avoid the other intellectual property protection concerns. Next is now, as before I said, the with regard to this Pune AI-driven traffic control management system, the court held that the contracts had to be mandated to make a joint intellectual property ownership between the municipal bodies and the vendors, ensuring public access to the core algorithms while protecting the vendor copyrights. So next, moving on to the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation versus Delhi Airport Metro Express. Here it was held that the copyright in the technical drawings, which belong to the literary works, it remained with the creator. And the design rights for the physical infrastructure, that was the station and the tracks, it had to have a separate registration. Now, what is the legal framework for the copyrights in the smart cities? So, dealing with the legal framework is we have the Indian Copyright Act, which says that the which protects the softwares under Section 2 Clause O and the databases and all the other architectural designs. And also the Digital Personal Data Protection Act also governs the data ownership and the usage rights in the smart city projects. Now coming onto the legal framework for a design right in the smart city, we have the Design Act of 2000, which protects for the registered designs, gives for a total period of 15 years. And the also the Patent Act, it covers the functional innovation like the energy efficient grids and etc. So there are this international treaties like the TRIPS agreement and the Berne Convention and the copyright and the WIPO copyright treaty, which governs these copyright and the digital rights. The Berne Convention also has one of the feature where it allows the countries to determine the extent to which the works of these applied art are to be protected by the copyright. So it is on the discretion of the country members. And there's also a principle which is evolved called the cumulative protection, wherein when there is a conflict between, like as I said, whether this element, uh, whether this device or the or the innovated creative element, whether it has to be protected by one of the intellectual property or by many, that is the copyright or the design right. The principle has been evolved, that is cumulative protection, where different intellectual property rights can coexist, but a few of the countries do not have this principle in existence. So, what are the challenges in this legal framework? One is the overlap between the copyright and the design law. For example, if a smart benches is a 3D printable design, it may lose the copyright protection if it is mass produced. The second is the data ownership disputes, wherein the disputes over where there is the conflict between the municipal bodies and that of the citizen over the ownership title of over the ownership of the device or of the innovative device. And third is the global supply chains, where the Chinese, one such example is where the Chinese manufactured IoT devices in Indian smart cities, they complicate the intellectual property enforcement. And the fourth one is the AI generated content, where the ambiguity over copyright ownership exists with regard to the AI tools like, ChatGPT. 。  . 。  . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . . 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。
.
ChatGPT. there are certain of the policy solutions for this harmonized framework. One is adopting a hybrid intellectual property strategy. Second is the mandate of a transparency, and there must be also there must be an updated legislation with regard to how these intellectual property works. And also, there must be AI specific guidelines. Now we have the Digital Personal and Data Protection Act of 2023, where certain of the guidelines can be have been issued. And now moving on to how the smart cities have worked in taking into a global perspective, that is Dubai and Singapore, because Singapore has been considered as one of the topmost has been considered to have the most smart globalized smart city. It is because of the architectural design, such as the iconic structures like the Marina Bay Sands and the Jewel Changi Airport under the copyright law, which protects the visual identity and the design features. It also has the smart technology platforms, which with regard to the traffic management system, which is protected under the Copyright and the Patent Acts. So there is the Singapore Smart City gives a balance in the innovation as well as it protects the security of the citizens as well. So moving on to the how the Dubai's smart city works. Apart from these iconic architectural designs and which is protected under the Dubai's law, there are even other features like the blockchain based governance and the intelligent traffic management. So this is protected through a combination of the copyright. The blockchain based governance is protected towards the combination of copyright, patent, and data security. And this is why the Dubai has been recognized as a global leader in the smart city development. Now, moving on to the conclusion, in a smart city landscape, it's not just about the technology, but a transformative vision for the urban living as well. It combines both the innovation and governance and the citizen participation so as to create the cities that are more efficient, inclusive, and sustainable. So this smart city landscape, it thrives only when the copyright and the digital rights, they work in tandem or harmoniously. The copyright, which ensures the cities leverage on the edge of software. The design right, it prevents the replication of such edge software. So there is if when there is gaps in the but this also evolves through the question arises when there are gaps in the ownership models and the ethical governance, wherein there is an urgent need for legal reforms to ensure the smart cities is not just technology advanced, but also it has equitable and constitutionally viable. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your explanation of the complexities and challenges that the IPR play roles to safeguard this through design law and copyright. Now we shall move to the next presenters, Mr. Nikhil and Professor Dr. Jyoti, on the topic intellectual property rights and urban farming.
Good evening. Good evening and respected dignitaries.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Do you have any
Yeah.
paper to
Yeah, actually.
PowerPoint presentation, or you want to show yourself? Okay, right.
Yeah, I'm sure. Actually, okay. My co-author is not in that meeting, so she's another
Yes.
another conference. So good evening and respected dignitaries and fellow researchers. It's honors to present you my paper on the intellectual property rights and urban farming and protecting the green innovations of sustainable agricultures. So as per the introduction, urban farming is emerging the crucial solutions to address the food security challenges, climate changes and sustainability concerns with advancement of hydroponics. It's a soil-less farming and aeroponics and virtual farming and agriculture and is rapidly transforming the food productions in cities. However, technology and innovations flourish. They bring the complex legal and ethical questions of regarding the intellectual property rights. Should be patents and trademarks extend to essential farming of techniques? Should innovations to sustainable agriculture remain the public domain or be owned by the private entities? This paper is examining the legal frameworks governing IPR in urban farming, judicial perspectives and global trends, and a need for the policy reforms to ensure a balanced approach to protecting green innovations while maintaining the accessibility for all. As coming to urban farming is the representative to revelations in the modern agriculture. So unlike the traditional farming, it's relies to heavily on scientific advancement. You know, and efficient food providing in the urban space, innovations methods like hydroponics, where plants grow without a soil, and aeroponics, which used to mist and deliver to nutrients, and vertical farming, which is the maximized land use efficiency, have made urban agriculture available. These technologies requires to intellectual property protections to promote further research and investment. However, these raise the critical concerns. Should corporations or individual monopolies these the essential techniques through the patents, or should they be made widely available to public benefit? These are fundamental issues that this research seeks to address. And also, its framework surrounding the IPR and urban farming is the shaped by the both international and domestic laws. At the global level, the TRIPS agreement mandate to member the nations enforce the protections for agriculture innovations, fostering the private sector and investment, but rising.
Specifically specify what is your finding, what are the legal challenges and what are the legal issues? Instead to read.
Sorry?
What is exactly your findings with your research work? Because you have just 10 minutes time. And if you keep reading,
I will finish legal framework.
Findings, what are the legal challenges? What are the legal protections? What are legal frameworks in India?
Delegate challenge, right?
Yes, see, your title is urban farming.
Yes.
It's supposed to be very specific, which country and which region. That is one thing. And the second thing, now you have chosen fine on agricultural innovation. Be specific, like what are your findings? What legal framework exists in domestic level? If it exists, which country has got it?
Okay.
Yes.
The International Union protections of new varieties of plants, the Convention for the Strengthness Plant Breeders' Rights, ensuring that new plant varieties are protected. But it is criticized for the favoring corporate agribusiness for overall small farmers. In India, the Patent Act in 1970 provides the patent protections for agriculture innovations while preventing the monopolization to traditional knowledge. So the protections of varieties and farmers' rights acts in PPV and FRA and 2001 goes to step further, the granting Indian farmer to the right to save the share seats and key the distinction from. Sorry for the inconvenience. Additionally, the Biodiversity Act in 2002 safeguards to Indigo's genetic resources by the ensuring the equitable benefit sharing and preventing the piracy. Together, these last
connected to the urban development. It's a question. See,
what?
We know patent protects plant varieties are there to protect the right of farmers. Even geographical indication is also somehow it is protecting the geographical products of the farmers. But how it is connected to urban farming? What do you mean by this concept? How it is connected to IPR? Where the IPR picture comes here?
Despite these advancement of significant challenges. So the major issues is that tensions between the access and monopolies. While patent encourage the innovations by offering the financial initiative, executive patent can lead to corporate monopolies in restricting access to critical agricultural technologies. And these raise the ethical concerns to should essential farming techniques be controlled by handful of corporations, or should they remain the publicly available ensure the food securities?
Okay, does India
Additionally,
allow, okay, since you are presenting in the context of India, does India allow the patent on the live farms? To
life
protect
forms.
farming? Yes. So is there any question concerning to this presentation? From audience, you're most welcome to question if you have. Right, so.
I have a question to ask the
Yes,
speaker.
please. Yes, please.
So he spoke mostly about the hydroponics technique that can be used in the urban farming.
Mhm.
So are there any IPR which is related to that particular hydroponics exclusively for urban farming? So that will protect any type of food security or food crops.
IPR policies must be restricted, strike balance between the innovations and accessibilities. This could be involved in the limiting patent durations for the urban farming technologies or implementing the compulsory license model to private monopolies. Open source agricultures in sustainable oriented IP laws should be introduced, ensuring that environmentally friendly and innovations to receive legal protections while remaining affordable. Additionally, the establishment of IPR tribunals, especially for the agriculture, can provide the efficient resolutions and disputes and ensure the judicial decisions for the favor sustainability and equity.
Now you have said a lot of word, but what is exactly, I did not understand either. I'm going to understand what you're trying to answer properly. See, you read the case of what he asked a question, what I have asked you, the PepsiCo versus the state of Gujarat, where the case was over the lease company, I mean the lease rich making the chips. So India does not support live farms and protection of the what is called the farmers' right and so on. There are a lot of issues over this. So when you talk about urban farming, you should be very particular, which I now we here particularly we talk about the patent and plant varieties. So how IPR can help urban farming? So protect both right of the farmers and maintain sustainability. So the city also grow, the farmer also get rights. So that people also get food security, what is we call agriculture protections. So we shall move to the next paper presenters. Miss Alina Sheji Abraham. Is she there? I shall call 2 times. Miss Alina. The topic titled Intellectual Property Rights and Sustainable Cities, the same legal frameworks and innovation and urban growth. Okay, she is not here. We shall move to the next, Panchami. I think I have highlighted in the WhatsApp group that there is a point about the. Yes, you are here?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Yeah, please. Do you have any PowerPoint or do you want to speak?
No, I'll be speaking.
Okay. Could you show yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the video is on.
We want to see you. You should be visible, no?
Wait. Give me a minute.
Yes. Yes. Let's proceed.
Okay. So good evening to all the esteemed dignitaries, respected panelists, and my fellow researchers, and even the attendees. It's truly an honor to be here today and to present my paper titled protecting traditional knowledge and geographical indications, legal challenges, and the opportunities in green innovation. In the next 10 minutes, I'll take you through the intricate relationship between geographical indications, traditional knowledge, and their legal protection. This paper actually explores how these legal safeguards not only preserve the indigenous knowledge of the system, but also how it contributes significantly to sustainability and green innovation. So first, let's understand what are geographical indications and traditional knowledge. So basically, geographical indications and traditional knowledge are invaluable cultural and economic assets. They are often passed down through generations. And if we move on specifically to geographical indications, they refer to the products that are derived through their uniqueness from the geographical origin, such as Darjeeling tea, Mysore silk, etc. These products not only serve as indicators of quality, but also play a crucial role in maintaining regional identity and also contribute for the economic sustainability. Moving on to traditional knowledge, on the other hand, encompasses indigenous knowledge systems, practices, and skills which have been developed over centuries. These include medical practices, agricultural techniques, and even handicrafts. But despite of their economical and cultural significance, both geographical indications and traditional knowledge, they face serious threats from commercial exploitation and biopiracy, and even there is an inadequate legal protection also. So now let's have a brief bird's eye view of the legal framework which is protecting geographical indications and traditional knowledge. So the need for the robust legal framework to protect these assets has been recognized globally, not just in India, but at a global level. So the first one will be the trade-related aspects of IPR, that is strict agreement, which comes under the WTO. And it provides a broad mechanism for GI protection, but it lacks a strong enforcement provision. Apart from that, there is Convention on Biological Diversity and Nagoya Protocol, which emphasizes on the equitable benefit sharing practices, particularly in the context of traditional knowledge. So these treaties advocate that indigenous communities should receive recognition and financial benefits for their knowledge. However, their implementation remains inconsistent across the nation. So moving on to Indian provision, India has taken a proactive steps to legally protect these assets. So the Geographical Indications Act of 1999 is a landmark legislation that grants exclusive rights to registered GI holders, preventing unauthorized users. Additionally, the Biological Diversity Act 2002 regulates access to biological resources and associated traditional knowledges, ensuring benefit sharing with local communities. Furthermore, the Indian Patent Act 19...
Panjam, you are talking about intellectual property in the context of traditional knowledge and GI. So could you be specific how you are going to see the terrace here on the urban development? Yes.
Yeah, I'll move on to that.
Go directly to that point because you have limited time.
Yes.
You should have some time for questions. Yes.
Yes. So let's move on to the role of GIs and traditional knowledge in sustainable cities and green innovation. One of the most significant contributions of GIs and traditional knowledge is their role in promoting sustainable cities and green innovation. The preservation of traditional practices and eco-friendly products helps reduce carbon footprints and fosters a more sustainable urban environment. I'll explain this with a couple of examples. The first one would be sustainable urban development through traditional knowledge. Many indigenous construction techniques rely on climate-responsive architecture using materials such as mud, bamboo, stone masonry, which naturally regulate the temperature and reduce the energy consumption. For example, the Jaipur's Pink City, which is also known as the UNESCO World Heritage Site, wherein a GI tagged pink sandstone ensures natural cooling, reducing air condition demand. Moving on, green innovations in city planning. So GI protection for traditional materials like Kashmiri architecture from Himachal Pradesh And even Chettinadu lime plaster promotes sustainable urban housing by reducing dependence on energy-intensive construction materials. Smart cities can also integrate GI tag eco-friendly products into their infrastructure. For example, using sari textiles in urban interiors, they support the local economies while also promoting the sustainability. Moving on, there is traditional agriculture and sustainable food systems. Traditional knowledge play a very crucial role in green innovation, particularly in the areas such as medicine, agriculture, biodiversity conservation, etc. Indigenous farming techniques, for example, light intensification, it is a practice in several Indian states which improves the yield of the produce, but it consumes very less water intake and it also reduces the chemical dependency. GI protection of organic and native crop varieties support when sustainability through rooftop farming, community gardens, and also in farm to table movements, which helps in urban farming and also urban sustainability. Moving on, there is also the important point that is circular economy and sustainable cities. GI products encourage localized economies, reducing dependence in imports and minimizing transportation emissions. By protecting GI and traditional knowledge, cities can integrate traditional eco-friendly practices into modern urban planning.
Pancham, your time is over. Is there any question concerning that topic? So we see none. Instead of Alina, which she is absent, Dr. Rajiv Jain and his co-authors will present on the smart cities initiatives and urban governance in India.
Very good afternoon
Yes,
to Professor Benjamin, who is being leading from the University of Mysore. Thank you for taking Madam for the very right time because we are having the meeting. We will be sharing our PPT soon. Thanks a lot. Thank you. First, I will let me share my screen.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
So three of you should use the time judiciously. So we have 10 minutes time.
We will be on time. This smart city initiatives and urban governance in India, we are assessing the technological development for sustainable growth in Madhya Pradesh, as we are all three belongs to the Madhya Pradesh, and there are 110 cities which has been identified for the sustainable development, and they are being started as the smart city concept. The smart city concept is being recently developed. It has been in the years of 2015 when we start up the initiative of developing these cities as the smart cities. As we know, the population of Mumbai, Delhi, Calcutta, Madras, Hyderabad all comes to in a crores. These are the cities which comes in the crores, and developing these cities. When we talk about New York, you are talking about Amsterdam, you are talking about London's and Singapore. The population is not great. And to develop these cities at such a level of population, when we talk about Delhi, 1.25 CRs, it is difficult to develop any kind of a sustainable city because the population is ever growing. But the country want to progress. It wants to become a 5 trillion economy. The smart cities are to be developed in the tune with other cities. Madhya Pradesh is lagging indicator. It is known as the Bimaru states previously. But the smart cities has to be developed in tune with Hyderabad, in tune with the Bangalore, in tune with Baroda, Ahmedabad, Surat, etc. It is the need of the hour to develop the massive transport system. Even the transport system, you can't see at the one of the most biggest IT city, Bangalore. It is not up to the well mark. The metro is not running. The buses are not running on time. The energy management, every time it rain in the south, it rains in the north, and the energy problems arises. The waste management system and the water management system, all the 4 or 5 cities, when you talk about we are talking about Singapore, Hong Kong, these cities are actually having a well transport system and the energy management, which makes them one of the smartest cities of the world. Okay, what we are having the experience from the West. We want to make India a Barcelona, a Singapore, Amsterdam, Zurich, or Frankfurt. The use of technology. Technology is the game changer, IoT, and the use of AI solutions in lighting, water management, and the crisis management and rapid transport can do a lot. But investing on technologies for a state like India, where there are different problems, so we have to compete with the West and develop such kind of a sustainable technologies for them. The rationale why we have taken this subject. Firstly, this initiative of smart cities is being started in 2015. First, a lot of literature is not there on the sustainable cities, on the quality of life, a proper health system, a waste management, urban technology, use of transports is not there. Madhya Pradesh is a state which is very much a large in numbers, but it lacks the proper infrastructure which has to be developed over the years because of the government, because of the public-private partnership, and the infrastructure is not developed. 7 towns of Madhya Pradesh has been selected. 110 towns in India who are in the smart city ranks, and only 7 towns of the biggest state is being selected. Okay, the objective is when we use any kind of a technology gives us the cutting edge to get faster in any kind of a progress. The benefit of the technology, it reduces the cost and helps us to give a exponential growth in that. Hence, the technology as well as the governance is the major area which can change the lives of the citizens. And when we speak about the citizen, it is 100 crores of the public. We are having the literature review, Holland and Townsend, who has developed the concept of urban design, the sustainable development of towns, which towns you are speaks of the north, you speaks of the Europe, Australia, Canberra, etc. NAM and Parado use the technologies. What are the technology which is improvement? Light types of sustainable light, sustainable sewage system, sustainable sinks, sustainable bathrooms are developed. McKinsey every time gives the reports of what are the best cities to live in. London is there, Chicago is there, New York, Manchester. These all cities are well developed and having a well developed GDP, GNP, etc. UNDP reports on sustainable development growth 17 has been checked on this. The key attributes of India as such. 40% of the urban public lives in big towns. There is a migration from
Dr. Jain, I have a question to you. How IPR is connected here? Of course, you have a lot of to say and share about the cities and comparative studies between India and we understand the challenges that India faces with the growth of population and climate change and so on. So how you connect IPR here in this context? How can IPR help? Particularly
any kind of a technology. If we want to improve any kind of a technology, firstly we have to borrow some kind of a IPR in every kind of a system. Whether Philips has developed a sustainable lighting system in India. This sustainable lighting system is to be only developed by the Philips. Even the Philips has developed this lighting system. It is being copied by another competitors. If Philips do not get such kinds of a leading edge or a competitive class next of the initial, Philips may not do such kind of innovation in India. Hence, it is to be protected in India. Any kind of a technology which comes outside from India is not protected in India. Hence, there is a need for a very much strong IPR system, not only in India, but whole of the Asia Pacific.
Does India have like IP policy with regard to cities or urban planning?
Yeah, you may. We have a city called Chandigarh, which was designed previously, and people starts living afterwards. We have some portion of Delhi, Lodi roads and etc., which is being properly urbanized and living. Small towns which are being developed by big builders, but the cost of living in such town is highly more than 12,000 square feet. How many India can afford these smart technologies, smart houses, smart toilets, proper lighting, waste management, and e-waste collection and gardens? It comes around 12,000 rupees and square feet, which is more costlier of living in Chennai or at Adyar, or you are living at Nungapakkam, or you are living at Bandra in Mumbai. Hence, if IPR is there, but the cost has increased to such a large level that the people can't afford any kind of a technology. When it comes with a cost cutting. If the cost cutting is there, then you can implement any kind of technology in towns. You develop big technologies, but it is not affordable. You develop the green batteries. Tesla is coming, but cost of Tesla is 70 lakhs rupees. India is having population of having 2,000, 10,000 people to 200 people are having car out of this population, and nobody is going to have a car of more than 14 or 15 lakhs. Who can afford a technology which costs around 70-75 lakhs?
Right.
The big questions comes in this way.
Yeah, could you go to your findings and suggestions?
Okay, right. These are the smart cities which is being developed. I am generally doing this. We are using smart technologies, smart economy, and the smart people, the governance. These are the SDGs we are always working on. Is I find out the research gap, the literature is low. I will give you the research design also. A structured questionnaire or based on energy, waste management, water, smart technologies, IoT, and mass rapid transport is being made. What are the results? I give on the rapid transport system within these countries, within my 7 towns, is not being effective. There is a delay in metro trails. Every time the project has been delayed. This is not an effective system. If India has to work on a smart technology, making a mass rapid transport, it should be an effective in the years. Every year it is to be increased by 10%. Pollution control, which is being China and Shanghai has having very much strong on population control. We should buy some kind of a smart technology from them. Only 9% persons and as contractors think that it is effective. Only Madhya Pradesh has done a good work is on waste collection, because Indore is one of the top city. It is one of the cleanest city in India, and years after years, it is because of the commissionery and it is because of the public partnership they are being effective. Water management crisis is throughout in India. Every time towns faces a very much water problem, water logging. 4% improvement is done in a 5 years. Solar lighting. Every street light cannot be a solar light. We know that, but effectively solar, we are having ample of solar in our country. Half of the country always has effective flood lighting, but solar is also 20% effective. Water treatment, water effluent plant, not at all effective, less than 6%. Power grid integration is only by the railways. No power grid integration by any other state. Inter-dispute rivalry between the state. Traffic control is more effective in the cities which are being the capitals of India. Effective tracking of railways can be done, but the effective tracking of the public transport system cannot be done. Hence, and community waste management is also not effective. It is less than 10%. When we don't go as a rate of double digit, it makes a problem. If we grow in the years as 10% or 12% effective, then we will say we are doing something on governance, we are doing something on the IPR, we are at par with the other cities, we are at par with China or Hong Kong, right?
Right, sir. Thank
These
you.
are the
Sir,
these
yes.
yeah, please.
Your time is over, so we shall move to the next presenters. You have a limited time of 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, is
Thank
there
you,
any question from
Okay,
audience?
thank you.
Concerning
Thank
your
you.
presentation?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So there's no question. We shall move to next paper presenter. Mr. Jiten.
Yes,
Yeah.
good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
And my presentation is visible, sir?
Yes, Advocate Gauri, what do you want to say? Do you have any question?
My presentation is visible?
Oh, you're looking for your presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You
My
don't have to
self is
write now
advocate.
presentation. Your presentation, we will call upon you. Your next one after the coming presenters. You have one person ahead of you.
Sorry, sir.
You have one more person. We have one more. Then after that, you will present your paper.
No, sir. I'm alone.
No. Mr. Jiten is there. Prior to you, number 6 one. You're number 7.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Jiten, what your co-authors? Are you there? Mr. Jiten. So he's not there. Ma'am, you can proceed. You're on time.
Okay, sir. So you able to see my presentation?
Yes. You
Okay.
able to share?
Okay, sir. Thank you. My topic is the dynamic interplay between
Would
emerging
you like to show
technology.
yourself, or do you have any PowerPoint presentation?
You are not able to see my presentation, sir.
No, we are not able to see. Yes, and this is Advocate Gauri is there. Advocate Gauri.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that one. Yes. Yes, we can see you, but we don't see your paper. Just we can hear you. Yes. Would you like to present your?
So now you can see my presentation.
No, we are not able to see you. Can you share? We have allowed you to share your paper.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jiten, you were absent. After Advocate Gauri, you can go.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Just give me a few seconds, sir, please.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Sir, did you miss my presentation? I was ranked before Mr. Jitan.
What's your good name?
Arushi Ranjan.
I'm not able to see your name. It is a little far. Okay, what is your good name?
Arushi Ranjan.
Arushi Ranjan. No, we have not missed it. Yes, you're right. So after this presentation, I'll call you.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
This is Jitesh Karia.
Okay, I think Arushi cannot go ahead. You can go, ma'am, ahead. Arushi?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please proceed.
Sir, I'll be sharing my presentation.
Oh, see. You have to be a little fast. So one going after another one. One is absent, another one comes. Okay, you proceed. Advocate Gauri, you proceed. Then after you, Arushi will proceed. Then Mr. Jeten.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
My presentation, I am not able to share my presentation.
Okay, if you are not able, let Arushi go ahead. Arushi, you can proceed.
So now I'll proceed it.
Yes.
So is the presentation visible?
Thank you, sir. Yes, it is visible. Please proceed.
A very good afternoon to everyone. This is Arushi Ranjan from Amity Law School, Ranchi. I am very grateful to our organizers, University of Mysore, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present on the topic Urban Energy Justice, Balancing IPR Protection and Public Access to Renewable Technology. Before going in depth of the topic, I would like to give a background of the intersection of intellectual property and sustainable development, which is a critical issue shaping our global future. The 1990s saw the rise of intellectual property and development debates, largely due to the introduction of the TRIPS agreement, which is the agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights under the WTO. Around the same time, sustainable development emerged as an international priority, leading to frameworks addressing climate change, biodiversity, and food security. However, conflicts soon arose between these frameworks and global IP regulations. In 2015, the United Nations adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including the 17 SDGs, many of which rely on technological innovation protected by IP. Moving on to the crucial aspect of sustainability, which is energy justice, which means ensuring fair access to energy resources while minimizing social inequalities. This includes understanding how marginalized communities are affected by energy policies and how innovations can be made more equitable. Further, when we move on to intellectual rights, which are the laws that grant creators exclusive rights to their inventions and creations, very closely tied to both these topics is green innovation, a topic which is a movement which represents a movement towards environmentally friendly and resource efficient technologies. These include various aspects, for example, green patents, trademarks, copyrights, each playing a unique role. Coming to green patents, so green patents protect inventions that contribute to climate adaptation, clean energy, and pollution control. For example, various hybrid vehicles and climate resilient crops. In the context of sustainable development, it involves granting patents for ideas or technologies that are environmentally friendly and contribute to combating climate change while promoting economic, social, and ecological development. The second type of green IPR is green trademarks, which certify brands committed to sustainability. For example, the logos or phrases that signify eco-friendly products. It indicates that a product or service which has been produced, sourced, and delivered in a way that minimizes its environmental impact. The third type is a green copyright, which basically addresses the environmental impact of digital distribution and copyright enforcement. Now, on the global stage, organizations have taken various steps. For example, the first and the most recent is the WIPO Green, which is a platform by the World Intellectual Property Organization, connecting sustainable innovations with various businesses, both globally and nationally, thereby encouraging collaboration and exchange through its digital repository. The second one is Eco Patent Commons, which was initiated in 2008, but unfortunately it was discontinued. But it was initiated by World Business Council for Sustainable Development, which is most popularly known as the WBCSD, and participating companies like IBM, Nokia, and Sony further encouraging firms share green patents for the greater good. The third one is the WIPO's Women in Green initiative, which basically promotes female entrepreneurship in green technology. Further, we look at three major green technology sectors. The first one is the photovoltaic solar technology, which basically converts sunlight into electricity using silicon wafers. Now, this industry is dominated by a few players, but companies like Tata BP Solar, which is there in India, and Suntech, which is in China, they've collaborated and they've actually emerged successful. The second one is biofuel technology. Now, biofuels are derived from biomass like sugarcane or corn. Countries like Brazil have led in biofuel innovation, with developing nations having good access to existing technologies. The last aspect is wind energy. Now, the wind sector is more concentrated than the solar sector, with 4 companies controlling almost around 75% of the market. However, developing nations can still access global wind technology without excessive IP costs. I would like to call upon my co-author to present further.
Good evening, everyone. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, good evening. You're
Yeah.
audible, but you're not visible.
Sir, I'll be presenting. That's right.
Okay, right.
So as Arushi has given the introduction and overview about various aspects of the topic, I'll be continuing with the various challenges associated with it and analyzing the prospect of applying it in today's world.
And
So
you
as
you
the,
should be reminded that you have only 4 minutes to go.
okay, sir.
Yeah.
As the world transitions toward renewable energy, intellectual property rights play a crucial role in shaping innovation, investment, and access to these technologies. But here's the challenge. How do we protect innovation while ensuring that green technologies reach the people who need them most? Governments worldwide are investing heavily in renewable energy through policies and incentives. This has led to a boom in green technology development and a more globalized supply chain. However, it has also triggered an increase in trade disputes, especially for subsidies for domestic industries. Now, let's consider how intellectual property impacts this landscape. Companies invest millions in developing new technologies and IP rights, such as patents, copyrights, and trade secrets, and this helps them to safeguard their innovations. However, strict IP regulations can hinder these adoption of renewable energy, and especially in developing nations. So we have identified several major challenges in this space, and the first one is IP barriers. So there are too many overlapping patents which make it difficult for companies to collaborate. And the second one is financial constraints. So filing and enforcing patents can be expensive, and especially for small and medium enterprises. The third challenge is the global disparities. So many developing countries cannot afford green technology due to strict patent laws. And the fourth one is regulatory uncertainty, which is inconsistent policies and enforcement, which create a risky investment climate. And the fifth one is collaboration challenges. Moving forward, so what can we do about these challenges? So here are some of the few solutions. And the first one is streamline IPR regulations. So we can standardize IP frameworks to make licensing and collaboration easier. We can provide financial support such as tax breaks or subsidies to help SMEs navigate the expensive patent system. We can also encourage open innovation through initiatives like patent pools, where multiple companies share technological access. Finding a balance is key. Protecting innovation is important, but we must also ensure accessibility, especially for countries and businesses that can drive the large-scale adoption of green technologies. Some companies are already making progress by voluntarily licensing their technologies or creating open source solutions. And India stands as a strong example with evolving IP laws that encourage sustainability. As the legal landscape continues to shift, we need adaptable policies that promote technological advancement and environmental responsibility. To summarize this, intellectual property should not be a barrier to green technology. It should be an enabler. And if we rethink our approach to IP and sustainability, we can drive innovation while ensuring that these breakthroughs benefit the entire world. So the future of our planet depends on how we balance legal protection, economic growth, and environmental responsibility. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We will.
Sir, Advocate Gauri here. I will share my presentation
Yes,
later on.
yes.
Okay, sir. So my topic is the dynamic interplay between emerging
We don't have
technology
you. Advocate Gauri, we don't have your paper. Can you share?
Hello, sir.
Just proceed.
The dynamic interplay between emerging technology and intellectual property rights, shedding light on how innovation is both facilitated and challenged by the digital revolution. The advent of the digital...
If you are not able to share your PowerPoint presentation, so you can show yourself, you present. We would be very happy to see you. Yes. Now we are, yes.
1 second, sir. The advent of the digital has ushered in an era of unprecedented technological innovation, bringing advancement in artificial intelligence, blockchain, and biotechnology that are reshaping the global economic and uh, social landscape. Intellectual property encompassing patent, copyrights, and trademarks serve as the cornerstone for fostering innovation, creativity, and economic growth. The past few decades have seen exponential growth in technological capabilities with breakthrough in artificial intelligence, blockchain, and biotechnology becoming integral part of the daily life. Artificial intelligence powered by machine learning algorithm has demonstrated the ability to create, innovate, and automate tasks traditionally associated with the human intelligence. Blockchain technology has disrupted conventional notions of a trust, transparency, by providing decentralized and secure system for data management and transactions simultaneously. Biotechnology has pushed the boundaries of innovations in healthcare, agriculture, and environmental sustainability. The traditional mechanism governing intellectual
Ma'am, can
property
you, instead of reading, can you tell exactly what is your finding? What are the legal challenges? What are the legal frameworks that can help the topic which you have chosen?
Sorry, sir.
Can you tell exactly like how you assess that the intersection of the technologies and
Yes, sir.
property? What do you mean by emerging technologies? Now, emerging technologies are more. Do you mean about?
Sir,
Yes.
Yes, sir. Technology makes it cheaper to copy, transfer, manipulate information and intellectual property. For example, devices such as optical disc storage system allow ordinary people to collect entire libraries for copyrighted text, music, images in their homes. Lower prices and improved information system make more work available to more people. As a result, law enforcement efforts will need to anticipate a much wider range of potential violations than they currently do. Technology allows us to copy, transfer, manipulate information and intellectual property
Can we
more
move
quickly.
questions to the audience? Is there any question concerning the topic of the Advocate Gauri, which
Yes,
titled
sir.
The Dynamic Interplay Between the Emerging Technologies and Intellectual Property Rights?
Yes.
No, we're looking for questions from audience concerning your topic.
Sorry, sir, I don't get you.
Okay, ma'am, since we're running short of the time, could you tell us specifically what are your findings and what are the you suggest for the policymakers to bring changes between these two sections of the law?
Like a AI generator content, for example, challenging in traditional notion of authorship, while blockchain technology offers unprecedented transparency in tracking intellectual property. 3D
Okay,
printing.
these are creating challenges. What are the solution you would like to suggest?
Solution is the future of intellectual property is a right to journey into the unknown, but characterized by the constant challenge. However, with the wisdom and adaptability, it's
What is your suggestions to overcome these challenges? Yes, smart cities are required, sustainability is required, green technologies are coming. Okay, cities, okay, if you want to develop a cities, if you write in ChatGPT that I want to Dubai smart city planning, it will give you, so it violates copyright. If you look for the design, so what are the solution for this? Because you have made a research on this, no?
Legal measures, technological solutions like digital right management, proactive measures like education, monitoring to combat piracy and infringement, strong copyright, patent, trademark laws. Government should have robust the legal framework that grant creator and business.
Already these laws which you are saying it exists. So what is the next, what are the gaps that we have to work on? Yes. We shall move to the next paper presenter. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Jiten.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are there, but you have submitted your paper 2 times. We will be considering this one which you are presenting now.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, one time. In one issue, one person. You have submitted here also, you have submitted individually as well. So my colleagues have shortlisted you, but I'm going to be against this. So you present your paper here with your.
Okay, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Jitin Skaria, and I will be joined by Mithuna and Prisha to take you through this insightful discussion. And our topic is the role of intellectual property rights in advancing urban sustainability and green innovation. So, sustainable innovations and intellectual property rights play a crucial role in fostering green technologies. But there is a challenge. Why intellectual property rights protects protect innovation, they can also limit access to sustainable solutions. Our discussion today will focus on balancing innovation with accessibility to build greener cities. So, the study focused on the objectives of the study are our study aims to examine intellectual property rights in green technology development to identify
Philip,
key
the
challenges
objective,
in.
since there is a time shortage, you go directly to the point. What did you find? What are the legal frameworks?
Sir, can you explain?
Just directly go to the point. What are your findings?
Okay, sir. Okay,
As
sir.
a literature, and what is the suggestion? What is the question of law here?
Okay, sir. So, intellectual property rights encourage companies to invest in sustainability focused in research and development. Patent security helps recover R&D cost, pushing further innovations. Strong IPR laws lead to faster development of eco-friendly technologies. Once research is complete, the next step is the market entry. To facilitate the marketing entry, patents give green startups a competitive edge in the market. Investors are more likely to fund protected, profitable innovations. Okay. Also, in intellectual property rights enable green technologies to expand global markets, ensuring widespread adoption. While this is a great advantage, IPR also presents several challenges. The challenges such as high licensing cost when comes to green technology inaccessible. Patent tickets create legal barriers. Slow diffusions of innovations due to restrictive laws. Lack of hello.
Yes, you proceed. There, it is something from our audience.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, there are some possible approaches, such as possible solutions like to balance IPR protection with accessibility. So, in order to protect, the policy recommendations are possible solutions, compulsory licensing for, sorry, uh, compulsory licensing for public access. They also need patent pools to encourage shared innovations, public-private partnership for green research and development, government initiatives for sustainable research. So these are the possible solutions for this approach. There are some recommendations to the study. To balance intellectual property rights protection and accessibility, we recommend supporting open source green tech models, strengthening global collaborations.
Example, what do you mean by that? Open source sustainability models?
Hello?
Yes. Could you give examples? When you talk about the open source sustainability models, what do you mean by that?
Just a minute, sir. So open source green tech. So, my study is in Vanga district, and there are so many recommendations for in Vayana district.
You didn't get my question. My question is, you have mentioned about your recommendation, open source sustainability models.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you mean by this?
Open source green tech models,
technologies are coming here? How it is helpful for the urban development, or we say sustainable cities or communities? And how IPR is connected, how IPR can be helpful. IPR is just a legal tool to protect the new ideas. I mean, I'm talking about the experience ideas, or incentivize in the way of commercialization to develop, for example, encourage for the research and investment.
So IPR is already helpful for protecting the work done by us. It will be helping the sustainable urban development, like patents, copyright, trademark, trade secrets, whatever it is for it. So in order to protect our innovations in IPR,
You
in
did
order
not
to
get
protect
my
our
question.
innovations.
You didn't get my question. Okay, we shall move to the audience to seek some questions from audience. You have highlighted what are the challenges and what are the policy issues. Is there any question concerning this topic? So we see none. We shall move to the next paper presenters. Anamika and Mr. Karan Kumar. Are you there? Anamika? I will not revert like how I did in the past. So if you miss the chance, then you will be missing again. So there is another paper presenters, Green Patents and Urban Innovations from the Bangalore University.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Sharanabaya, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please proceed.
Yes, sir. My topic is green patents and urban innovation, a legal analysis of intellectual property rights in sustainable cities
Yes.
and Indian perspective, sir. Since in
Do you have any presentation or would you like to? I want you to come to the video.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's supposed to be visible. If you
Sir.
need any help, please tell us. So my technical team will help.
Yes, sir. Am I visible, sir?
Yes, you're visible. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. Since in 2027, Indian population is increasing, sir, and our metropolitan cities, urban area is also increasing. It will increase the most problems like waste management, water scarcity, and air pollution. This type of problems will arise, sir. To tackle this type of problems, we need green patents, sir. We need green inventions. For that, we have legal frameworks, international obligations like India is a signatory to the agreement on trade-related aspect intellectual property rights, 1994, and the Section 21J of the Patent Act mirrors the TRIPS Article 27, that is national patent law, and green patents and urban innovation in India. The opportunities are green patents can drive innovation in India's Smart City Mission 2015, which targets sustainable development in 100 cities. For instance, patented solar technologies and waste to energy system have been piloted in cities like Ahmedabad and Pune. The Indian patent offices reported a 10% rise in green technology filings between 2018 and 2013. It is in IPO annual report 2023. I didn't get latest report. The 2023 is the last report, reflecting the growing interest in sustainable urban solution. Government initiatives like National Solar Mission and Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, which is also called as Amrut, further incentivize green innovations, often relying on patented technologies. Small and medium enterprises in cities like Coimbatore are also developing low-cost green solutions, such as water purification system under patent protection. Challenges are there. The exclusivity of patents poses significant hurdles in India, where 65% of urban dwellers live in front of settlement with limited resources. This is in UN Habitat 2022 report. It says high licensing cost for patented green technologies such as advanced air purified or energy efficient building materials restrict their adoption in cities like Delhi, which battle severe pollution. Moreover, India patents pendency rates averaging 4 to 6 years, delay in deployment of green innovations, undermining urban sustainability goals. The lack of technology transfer mechanism exacerbates these issues. Developing nations, including India, have criticized the global IP regime for favoring patents industrializing countries, as seen in debates at the WTO. Legal analysis are India's doctrine approach to patent reflects pro-public stances, evidence in its use of TRIPS flexibilities. Section 84 of the Patents Act allows compulsory licensing. If patented inventions is not available at a reasonable price, a tool yet to be widely applied to green technologies. Legal scholars like Bashir argue that India could extend this provision to urban sustainability patents, ensuring access to innovation like rooftop solar system or electric vehicles. The public interest doctrine, enshrined in Article 21 of the Constitution, right to a clean environment, further justifies such as measures in MC Mehta versus Union of India 1987. The Supreme Court mandated environmental protection suggests a legal basis of prioritizing access to a green technology over strict IP enforcement. Case studies are like Delhi, the city air quality crisis has spurred demand for patented air filtration system. However, high cost limit their use, prompting calls for compulsory licensing or subsidized IP sharing models. In Bengaluru, known as India's tech hub, Bengaluru has seen patented smart grid technologies improve energy efficiency, yet SMEs struggle to compete with multinational patents, highlighting the need for a domestic green patent ecosystem. My recommendations are what I found in my research: fast track green patents. The government and the policymakers should introduce an expedited review process under the Patents Act for urban sustainability technology modeled on China green IP incentives and in also US also. The compulsory licensing, leveraging Section 84 to mandate licensing of critical green patents, ensuring affordability in cities, public-private partnership, encouraging patent pools or open source framework as seen in the global renewable energy sector to foster collaboration between innovators and urban planners. Judicial guidance: the court should interpret IP laws in light of Article 21, prioritizing environmental rights in patent dispute. In conclusion, I can say green patents hold immense potential to transform India's urban landscape, yet their legal framework must evolve to address country's unique challenges by balancing IP protection with public access. India can harness innovation to build sustainable cities, aligning its
Thank you.
patents regime with constitutional intent commitment. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Is there any question concerning green patents? So seeing none, we shall move to the next paper presenter, Mr. Shrai Chakraborty and the co-author. Mr. Ashray, you're there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, please proceed.
So good afternoon, one and all.
Good afternoon.
I am Ashray Chakraborty and my co-author is Ananya R. I am a faculty at JSS Law College and my co-author is a student here. My topic is on the balancing intellectual property rights and the open innovation for sustainable urban development, because yes, there are a lot of projects on rural development and there's a formal a kind of idea that urban is always developed. But what if we add a part of or the fusion of the intellectual property in the urban development? That is the core element of my paper here. The IPR has provided the incentives, financial incentives, and the legal protection for the innovation. So the strict enforcement we shall be needed, and that may limit the collaboration. It's a crucial for the urban development to manage both the IPR and the open innovation. Open innovation in the sense here where something is innovated and which has more relevancy towards the society, and the society is in dire need of it. For example, I'll go to one example of trademark where Volvo, the company who is the pioneer in the automobile field, the same company was the inventor for seat belts. And once they saw the significance of it and the uh, outreach of it and how it can save people lives, the Volvo didn't claim any patent on it. So just like if you come across this open innovation, which is more in having the more inclusivity of the people, and many are the can be beneficiary of it, then blending this or balancing this will have a good output to the society so that we can go for the further developments. Next slide, please. So, what is the theoretical framework for this? Till now, I have not found that much of practical examples on it. It can be set as a conception or a new starting or a new horizon for this idea. Shared intellectual resources. So, if the intellectual resources is shared in a proper way, yes, with the proper protection, it might be a patent, it might be on any kind of intellectual property for that matter, which can contribute to the development of the society, or especially the urban innovations or urban development. Innovation system theory. Means in this theory, you can say highlights the collaboration among the stakeholders. Means one stakeholder has one proficiency in it, and other stakeholder has another proficiency. If you blend it properly, for example, various contributors are there and various uh, right holders of the IPRs are there. It might be in a trademark, it might be through a patent, it might be through a copyright, who are very good. Sometimes they are good in the distribution system. So blending all those will find a sustainable urban development here. The next point is the public goods theory. Means innovation should remain open and for the societal benefits which are deemed for it. As I said, Volvo didn't claim the patent on the seatbelt technology because it saves lives. Just like that, if one thing or one innovation gives a proper development for sustainable urban development, then that shall be given a more focus on. Right now in India, we are not finding that much of innovative blend of societal and the intellectual property rights. I'm telling again, it is just a conception. So it's just an idea how you can blend IPR with the sustainable urban development here. IPR in urban innovation. Next slide. So IPR can foster the investment in sustainable solutions like digital infrastructure, smart city means our resource persons in the starting of this international webinar, they have discussed, prolonged discussions was there on smart city technology, and smart city can be very handy for the people and also can increase more IPR innovations. If you have excessive restrictions on that, it may hinder the accessibility and affordability and the rights of the inventors can be protected. Or at the same time, people will kind of suffer where if they don't get a proper access to the thing which is needed. For example, go to directly into the patent field, that is medicine for cancer. Russia has come up with a medicine for cancer. It is only giving to its citizens. In one way, it is fine. They are giving to their citizens. But what about the other citizens out of the world or other people who are out of the world who are not accessing to it and who are daily? It's kind of killing them. So that also has to be taken into consideration. And Ranbaxy has the patent from last 20 years. They're developing on the medicine for the cancer and selling it in the higher and exorbitant prices, where the cancer patients list is going high day by day. So if that actions now that medicines are being hindered, how a person who's from the low economic background or from the lower middle class or upper middle class who cannot afford those medicines, So they are in the point of suffering. So here, I would like to give the patent to my co-author, that is Ananya. She'll continue the rest of the presentation.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes.
Moving on with the next topic of open innovation and sustainable cities. Now, open innovation encourages collaboration among diverse stakeholders, be it the governments, the private enterprises, etc., to address urban challenges such as waste management, energy efficiency, transportation systems, etc. Now, we can take an example that is open source systems enable data sharing to smart grids or traffic control mechanisms. So open source systems, they enable data sharing for smart grids or traffic control mechanisms, allowing urban planning and responsiveness. So while open innovation accelerates progress by making patents expertise accessible, it also raises concerns about equitable compensation for the innovators. So a balanced approach is required where combination of cooperative research models with flexible licensing agreements can ensure both fair access and innovative incentives. With regards to conflict and synergy between IPR and open innovation, strict enforcement of IPR can hinder technological accessibility. For example, patents on smart infrastructure may make them expensive or unavailable to the public. Profit-driven approaches by private entities may also prioritize exclusivity over social benefits. So a synergy is required where flexible IPR models such as open source licensing or public-private partnerships can harmonize proprietary rights with collaborative frameworks. Achieving sustainable urban development requires policies that balances these approaches effectively. Policy recommendations would be to achieve balance between IPR and open innovation urban development. Certain policy recommendations are proposed. For example, that is open licensing models where patent pools or creative open licensing models where patent pools or creative common licenses allow controlled sharing of innovations while also protecting the rights of the inventors, or mandatory licensing where government mandate licensing for critical technologies related to renewable energy or smart infrastructure to ensure the public access to the same. Public-private partnerships, open data initiatives, cross-border collaborations are also certain recommendations that aim to foster inclusive urban development while maintaining incentives for innovators. So to conclude, balancing IPR with open innovation is critical for building inclusive, resilient cities that address the environmental challenges while fostering the economic growth. A hybrid approach is necessary for promoting technological advancement without compromising the public welfare. So future research should focus on the evaluation of
Thank you, Ananya. You're exhausted to the time. Is there any question concerning this topic? Balancing IPR and open innovative for sustainable development. So we shall move to the next presenters. Sakrata. The topic titled IPR as a driver of sustainable transport system and patent technologies. Okay. Next presenters Jyoti Meenakshi. Is not here. So the next paper presenter Priyanka KC. Priyanka?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. So I'm Priyanka Casey from University Law College, Bangalore University. So today I'll be presenting on the theme Smart Cities and the role of IPR in integrating technological innovation for sustainability. So we all know that urbanization is one of the most significant global trends of the 21st century. So according to the United Nations Development Department of Economic and Social Affairs, it says that 55% of the world population, it is resided in the urban areas. This is a report of 2023. So it says that this figure is expected to rise to nearly 68% by 2050, which marks a significance of urban living. So technology serves as an engine which powers the smart cities, which drives efficiency and transparency. So what is the smart city? A smart city is essentially a city that uses the technology and innovation to improve the lives of its residents. It also manages its resources in a sustainable way. So in the global context, we have the cities like Amsterdam, Barcelona, and Singapore, which are often cited as the cities.
Speaking the same ideas. You have not been here. Someone presented the same topic. Whatever you're presenting, whatever you're telling from the
Yes, sir.
initiative, this is Dr. Jane presented. Do you have any other things?
Sure, sir. I'll say something else. Like I'll
What
add
is
on to
that?
what sir said.
Whatever you are telling now, the same thing as spoken by the Dr. Jane. Probably you have read the same paper. What they have made a research.
No, sir. I have other points as well, which I'll include
Okay,
now.
what are your findings exactly? What are the legal challenges? What are the legal frameworks? How IPR play a role here?
Sir, I mentioned about, sir, I will mention about the smart city mission in 2015, like which is a initiative by Indian government.
Okay.
So
Please
was it
proceed.
already mentioned? Huh, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So in India, the government has launched the smart cities mission, which is in 2015, which aims to develop 100 cities that are citizen friendly and sustainable. So according to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Indian smart city should provide a core infrastructure, clean and sustainable environment, and use of smart solutions to improve the services and quality of life. So there are many cities which are included in it, and in Karnataka we have 7 cities which have been included here. So we have Bangalore, we have Shivamogga, we have Mangalore, we have Tumkur, we have Hubballi and Dharwad, Davangere, Belgavi. So these are the cities which are included under this India's
Why Mysore
smart
is
city.
excluded?
Sir, Mysore is not included.
Why? What is the reason?
Sir, there are only 100 cities which have been like collectively taken in
What are the
India.
factors? So what are the factors they have chosen 100 cities, but Mysore is excluded? And you're presenting paper in Mysore University.
Maybe Mysore will be added in the future dates. Like after the success of this, like city, the scheme is introduced in these cities. Like after the success, like it might be starting its initiative in other cities as well.
Right. So what are the criteria of the city selections and how IPR can play a role here?
Sir, this like the major objective of this mission was to drive economic growth and improve the lives of the urban cities across the country by enabling local area development and harnessing smart technology. So it for the implementation, it has implemented two approaches, which is area based development and also pan city projects. So as of 2024, sir, December 2024, so the total projects under this smart cities mission, they have successfully completed, which reflect the significant progress in reshaping these urban landscapes across India. And the Belgavi city has won the award of overall performance among South Indian cities under 10 lakh population. And also other cities like Shivamogga and Hubballi and Dharwad, they also won awards for the special project that they came across. And if we take the example of Bengaluru, sir, there was a total of 44 smart city projects which had been identified, and among which 30 projects are currently at a tender level and 14 projects are already completed. So if we talk about the other cities as well, like Davangere had 115 city projects and 93 at tender level and 22 are already completed. And the highest here is Mangalore here, which had 62 smart city projects and 35 are already completed, sir. So this is about to, so this smart city mission, it will end in March 2025, which is this month. So 91% it is already completed. So should I move on with this, or is there any other question, sir?
No, you can proceed.
Okay, sir. So I would like to cite the example of Singapore, sir. So in Singapore, just like how we have India Smart City Mission 2015 in Singapore, so there is a Smart Nation initiative which aims to harness the technology to improve the urban living. So they have this. Singapore has positioned itself as an intellectual property hub in Asia because it provides for a conductive environment for businesses and it protects these innovations, and they have this strong IP regime. So they have this, like, a cornerstone of this Singapore Smart Initiative is this national digital identity system, which is called as SyncPass. So this enables the seamless identity verification and access to over 2,700 services online. So for all these, they're patenting all these technologies. They're making proper use of this IPR system. And we also in India we have this T hubs in Hyderabad, and we also have this Startup India initiative, which provides for this IPR awareness programs, which helps the young entrepreneurs understand this importance of IP in growing their business and also supporting the urban innovations. And in Singapore, they even have this separate IP office, which offers the guidance and services to help these startups to manage their IP effectively. So.
Fine, but the startups are not connected here with the cities. We are talking about the urban development. You're talking about this. I think you're deviating yourself from the topic.
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
IPR, wherever technology is there, science are there, IPR is connected somewhere. So
yes,
we're talking about the city's development, and we talk about sustainability. We talk about the green technologies, patent, what you're presented with the green patent, and so on. Is there any question concerning her presentation? So we shall move to the next paper presenter. Thank you for your presentation, Graham. Ayushi?
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. We want to be you visit. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm actually not able to connect my camera.
Yeah, okay. Do you have any presentation?
Hope I'm visible now.
Yeah, good. Good. We're lucky.
Yes, I actually had my presentation and I'm not able to share it here.
Okay, right. You will just proceed. So we
Yes.
have.
So my topic of presentation is biopiracy and genetic resourcing. So as
you see, in here is something I'm sorry to say that how it is connected to the urban development.
that is what I am proceeding to explain.
So if you explain, then you have to change your title, resubmit your paper back, okay?
It is actually the main basis of my paper. How it is related is many of the co-researchers have already talked about the traditional knowledge or the indigenous knowledge. So how it is connected for the urban sustainable development. I will discuss it with some examples that are Indian patented, as said, under the green patent.
Okay.
So there is one company. Actually, it is an ink developed by IIT Kanpur, and it is extracted people leaf, the plant people, and its leaf, and it is the ink that is comes out from that. So how it is linked to the development. Actually, when we are talking about the sustainable development, we are talking about how eco-friendly the product is and how it is sustainable and for a longer duration of time. So the people leaf, when the ink is extracted, the product and the quality of the color that comes out of it, it comes under the you can say the traditional knowledge, or the extraction process is under the traditional knowledge. And how it is linked to the biopiracy is, as we all know about the neem case, that when USA had copied or had genetically resourced the neem product of India, similarly something that has been invented and discovered in India, like the people ink, if the main quality is about the ink color, if such product is biopirated, it hinders the it hinders the product of India, and it cannot further be introduced as the sustainable development, and it is generally copied by some other country. And Such other examples which are related to the technology are, there was one episode of Shark Tank where a company named Earth came, and they came with a coolant technology used by using mud made cups, and that technology has been further used in some house making companies in Bangalore, Pune, Mumbai, and Delhi. And what technology they have been using is, they are using the mud, that is a traditional knowledge technology of using mud as to cut down the temperature of houses. And
What are your findings?
yes,
And what are the challenges? Yes.
Actually, I'm facing a problem because I don't have my presentation. So I'm not clearly able to explain what my findings were. My findings about the presentation, about the topic were, India, where it is lagging behind in the concept, in the context of.
Shall we move to the audience for the question?
I'm straight away coming to the findings. So, India lacks for the sui generis laws when it comes to the traditional knowledge. We are not using the traditional knowledge into our sustainably developed urban plannings. Like Ghana sir said previously, that we are only focusing on the development of urbans. Why are not we focusing on the development of rural areas? When we are talking about the traditional knowledge, it is mostly connected to the rural areas, and that is some to a maximum extent connected to the sustainable development also. We are lacking international cooperation, because of which the biopiracy has been overly many a times happened and occurred. We are having digital library, traditional knowledge digital library, but even then the concepts and the findings of India are have been repeatedly used by other countries.
Right.
The second major barrier is the language barrier, because of which there was one company, Aracode. The person who invented those Aracode tiles was you can say an illiterate, and he didn't had a knowledge of English. And because the Indian laws are only in English or in Hindi, he did not had it in his local language. His innovation was then carried.
Thank
I'm
you.
just ending
Mhm.
it. His innovation was
Your
carried
time
by.
is over now. Your time is over. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we are looking for the questions. If there is, do you have any question to her topic? Seeing none, we shall move to the next one. Koshi Kandawal. I'm sorry if I pronounce the names not properly. So she's not here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Um, so is my presentation visible?
As of now, yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir.
It looks you have very lengthy presentation. Since we're going, short of the time, and there are 3 more presenters. Please be specific. What are your findings? What are the legal frameworks? What are the case laws? What are the role of judiciary and executive? What are the policies exist? That's all. We want that one.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my research. I am pleased to share the findings of my paper titled Exploring Emerging Technologies and Evolving Role of IPR. So the property is a very valuable resource, and how it should be put to use need to be determined, as there are rights attached to it. In today's time, the fast pace at which the technology is emerging, like artificial intelligence, blockchain, biotechnology, Internet of Things, and 3D printing, is questioning the conventional IPR model. The emerging technologies are transforming every aspect of life. Like artificial intelligence is one of the most exciting technology. It can range from data analysis to content creation. AI is a technology that performs tasks typically requiring human intelligence, like recognizing images, writing text. This has created a debate over the patentability and authorship as the product is created by the AI. The blockchain. Blockchain is a decentralized digital ledger that records transactions securely, each and linking in a chain, making it tamper-proof. It is a widely known for technology behind for the cryptocurrency, but it has applicability in the other areas also. Blockchain in IPR offers several advantages. It provides the transparent record of ownership, making it easier to prove the origin of IP. The biotechnology refers to the use of licensing organisms, cell biological system to develop product and technology for various applications such as medicine, agriculture, etc. The biotechnology in IPR includes patent, trademark, copyright, with being most significant. Biotech company patent novel processes and genetic modification and products to safeguard their research and development. The IoT refers to the network of physical devices embedded within the server, software, and other technologies, enabling them to connect and exchange data. As IoT grows, it brings significant challenges in the IPR. The patents are commonly used to safeguard novel inventions with the IoT, while the copyright software code trademark helps in branding IoT products for proprietary algorithm. The role of IPR in IoT is crucial for fostering the technological advancement and ensuring the fair competition in the market.
Can you illustrate how India has used the Internet of Things in the urban development?
The India in IoT has used it in various senses, like with one server there are many computers connected by which they can easily manage their large data, and that has helped the companies to easily access the information and to maintain their records, because it connects it connects one server with many computers, so they have easy accessibility of all the information. The importance of IPR in fostering innovation. IPR protects innovation, invention, and creates fair protection of innovation. IPR provides guarantees that just a second, sir. Impact of emerging technologies on IPR. The advancement technology often challenges existing IPR, creating the need for updated laws to address new form of innovation, as there are problems faced, like the technologies with the big data. The company need to protect for the traditional confidential data, which may not always be covered under the traditional mechanism. The internet and digital platform makes it easier to infringe on copyright, trademarks, and patents. It is difficult to control piracy, especially for digital contents like software, music, and films. Impact of technology on IPR. The fourth industrial revolution has reshaped the IP laws
with your findings. Directly, you go to the point because you're running out of the time.
So, sir, my findings are, as the technology is increasing and the IPR is evolving, there are certain issues that are need to be addressed. Like, just a second, sir.
So you have a lot of time.
Yes, sir.
No, you have a lot of. Do you think that you have lots of time to wait for you? There are other paper presenters also.
So the major issues with the IPR in the cyberspace is jurisdiction and enforcement of the laws. So in the cases where the parties with IPR infringement are internationally, the question arises that in which court should determine the matter. So there are few theories that helps in understanding that how the jurisdiction over the matter can be decided. Long arm, such as long arm statute, as if there is a person from that country is being affected by the other nation, other national who has infringed their IP laws, the country whose IP laws has infringed can take a take a cognizance of the person who is not even physically present in their country and can listen to the matter. Similarly, in the minimum contact theory, the court can exert jurisdiction over a foreign defendant if their online activity has established the sufficient minimum contact with a particular jurisdiction. And in sliding scale, also known as the Zippo test, it affects, there are certain factors that tell whether such test will be applicable or not. And in the effect test also, if the countries who on whose IP law has been infringed and there are directly direct impact on that country, they can take the cognizance. Like sir, in the case of banyan tree holding and Murali Krishnan Reddy, the banyan tree holding, a global hospitality brand, sued Murali Krishnan Reddy for for using the name banyan tree in India for a similar business. The plaintiff claimed that it has caused the
Going
confusion.
out of the topic of cities development, I think we should stop you here. Is there any questions concerning this topic? So even you have discussed about cross jurisdiction now, even your case laws, it is not something about the cities development. We are talking about cities and communities. So our point is that how the urban development helped or used by the IPR laws, such as design, copyright, patent, trademark, and so on. We don't talk about the IPR per se, like as a subject, right? Is there any question? So seeing none, the next paper presenter is Mr. Abhishek Singh. Are you there? Mr. Abhishek? No. Ahmad Yusuf. Mr. Ahmad Yusuf. So he is also not here. We will revert back to the number 3, Miss Alina Abraham. Are you there? Did you join? So is there any paper presenters who left out?
Yes, sir. Myself, Jyoti Meenakshi.
What is your full name?
Jyoti Meenakshi, sir. Am I audible?
Where were you?
So, due to some technical issues, I was not able to connect this.
Okay, your paper will be the last one, okay?
Okay, sir. Fine.
Is there
Can I
any other
proceed,
one?
sir?
Sir, sorry to interrupt, and ma'am, actually I couldn't even connect with the server. There was some issue with my network as well. This is Professor Abhishek from Purnima University.
Yes, just I called you, sir. Just right away, I have called you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Abhishek, you proceed first. Then we'll see.
Sorry?
Please proceed with your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just a second. So, so yes, sir. My name is Abhishek Singh, and I'm assistant professor at the Purnima University. So I will be discussing about intellectual property rights and urban water management, balancing innovation and accessibility for sustainable water conservation. As you all know, we have a big crisis, or we are moving towards a big crisis of water scarcity in the urban areas, and mostly, by 2050, 70% of the Indian population would moving towards the cities and the urban areas. Because there is a rapid growth, and there is a concentration of jobs and everything around cities mostly. That's why people are moving towards this area. So since they are going to move, and which is going to create a problem, a bigger problem, which is the water scarcity. Already there are cities like Cape Town. We have already observed that in the city of Cape Town, from past 3 years, there was this situation where there was no water. So the role of technology, we can drive our young population and youth towards, they can start making technologies, they can start working on getting patents. Government has to give subsidies to make these patents easier, and they can, there are meters like smart meters which can enable monitoring of water consumption, empowering household and utilities to detect waste. Then there could be AI driven analytics which can predict the pipe failures and optimize distribution network, reduce non revenue water sources by up to 30%. So AI driven technologies can actually, like, people can start using, the government should start using such technologies so that they can save the water, they can conserve the water. And moreover, desalinization and wastewater recycling techniques which have been used by the Israel also. So they have actually, it is completely a landlocked country which has a big amount of water scarcity. Even after that, they are continuously working on that, and they have successfully invented the technique of desalinizing the water also. So that is these kind of technology, these kind of innovation can actually we take us way forward. So in fact, the government should also start working, start providing easier methods for the patents, so that students who are at the university level, there are engineers, even some of the students from the engineering background, they always approach me and ask me how they can get patents easily. And getting patent is not at all easier. The technique, the amount of time, the amount of money which is involved, the attorneys, they actually charge a lot. Even I have referred few of the students. uh, the problem, at the end of the day, the problem is about the funding. So regarding water techniques, waste management water techniques, the companies who are doing R&D on it, even they should not even after getting the patent, they should not hold the technology with them. They have to disseminate the technology so that the upcoming generation, so the upcoming innovators, they can take the advantage of this technology, and they can take us out from this water crisis, which is going to happen after a few years. So this is what I wanted to discuss in my topic.
Okay, right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Is
All
there
right, sir. Thank you so much.
the link to this presentation? Do you have any questions with regard to intellectual property and urban water management? So seeing none, so we shall move back to Jyoti. Jyoti Meenakshi, you want to present your paper?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
please
sir.
proceed.
Can I start, Sam?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So my topic is IPR and circular economy, a pathway to zero waste, sustainable cities in Kerala. So Kerala is the scope of this study. So the concept of circular economy worldwide as an alternative to traditional linear economy, which is take.
You're not audible.
I'm not audible, sir. I'm not audible.
She left. Alina, you want to present your paper?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please proceed.
Sir, I guess another presenter is presenting right now.
Do you want to share your screen?
No, sir.
We want to see you in audio. Either
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. 1 second, sir. Am I audible and visible, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Alina Shri Abraham and Albert Sajid, students from Christ University. Today, we'll be presenting on intellectual property rights and sustainable cities, legal frameworks, innovation, and urban growth. As cities
Where?
grow and
Where? In which cities?
in Indian cities.
When you talk about intellectual property and cities growth, it is very broad topic, even it cannot be for a PhD.
Yes, sir. We have referred to Indian cities, sir, because as one of the SDG goal itself is
specific in the Indian context. Yes.
yes, sir. Sir, as cities are growing and are embracing technologies, intellectual property rights or IPRs are very important. It is a very important key factor which has always fostered sustainable development. And throughout this presentation, we'll be exploring how IPRs contribute to innovation, the legal frameworks that actually support them, and the roles in urban sustainability. So cities today are rapidly transforming, and they are transforming into hubs of technological advancement and creative industries. So with this transformation, intellectual properties play a very crucial role in fostering innovation, in economic growth, and also in sustainability. Thus, IPRs are very important as it helps in protecting inventions, in protecting cultural heritages, and in creative industries, ensuring that there are long-term environmental and social benefits. Without proper intellectual property protection, new industries and technologies risk being copied or underutilized. There is a slower urban development. So in this presentation, what we are actually trying to do is we're trying to examine how IPRs influence sustainable urban growth. And we also would like to discuss the legal frameworks and highlight the challenges and the solutions. So intellectual properties are very much important in this arena because it actually serves as the backbone for fostering innovation and technological progress in the urban areas. It provides a lot of benefits. The main benefits we would like to put forth are four. The first one is the encouragement to the development of smart and sustainable technologies. We have patents which actually protect inventions. In India, it is governed by...
Alina, you're talking general on the general context of IPR. Please tell me specifically how India has used IPR for this city's growth. What are the area India supposed to cover? Like where India IPR towards the urban planning?
Yes, sir. So what we are trying to propose through this paper is that India should adopt certain sustainable technologies in this sector. That is, we would like to, that we are covering it in the next slide, sir. That is green technologies through smart infrastructure and through cultural heritage preservation are the three methods by which we want India to drive innovation in urban development across these three sectors. We would want India to make investment and to progress. The first one is green technologies, sir, which talks about inventions or innovations which are to be brought in the renewable energy sector. That is through smart grids and eco-friendly materials have to be patented so that it can promote sustainable infrastructure. That is one way. Now, for example, solar panels, technology advancements rely on patents to ensure continuous improvement and accessibility. Like solar panels, other green technologies should be encouraged. Certain incentives have to be provided by the government to people who conduct inventions, and then this patented technology should be used.
Okay, what the national IPR policy of India says with this context?
Sir, we have policies like the TRIPS agreement, and
India has got two things. One is a national IP strategies there. Then you based on the IP strategy, national IP policy 2016 has been made. So what that national IP 2016 talks about, that you have mentioned national IPR policy and laws.
Yes, sir. We are not particularly aware of it, sir.
Then why
we would
put
look
in
into it.
presentation?
Apologies, sir. We'll look into it. We'll read upon it.
Okay, let me ask the audience if there is any question. Do you have any case laws?
No case laws.
Do you think the judiciary has played a role, or is there any executive policy, something else in any cities of India?
Sir, we have mentioned certain laws that are national IPR laws.
That is a very general statement. Which article of TRIPS agreement talks about the sustainable development? So you have mentioned TRIPS, and that is, see, you have mentioned that international treaties and agreements, WIPO and TRIPS. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Which article of TRIPS talks about the sustainable development and in the meantime innovation?
So particularly I'm unaware.
Okay. Is there any question concerning this presentation? So seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So
can I continue?
yes, Meenakshi. This is again last chance for you. Once you are absent, then now you have a network issue.
No, I didn't left, sir. I think due to some network issues, it just gone.
Right.
Okay, I'm starting, sir.
Please be
My
brief.
topic is
Okay, be brief. What are the findings? Okay, what are the challenges? What the research you made? What are the gaps? Just mere presenting and reading it does not serve our purpose. What we conduct a program, and sit whole day here.
So IPR and circular economy, a pathway to zero waste sustainable cities in Kerala. So this is what is my topic. So circular economy gaining worldwide as an
Yes, you know about the circular economy in Kerala, right? Tell me what are the practices in Kerala? How Kerala government use this circular economy? First, explain the circular economy for the audience. Like circular economy, it means the reusing of the plastics, rubber, whatever. That it is also aims for the sustainable development thing. So before I go with your topic, I have a question to you. Then in the context of your presentation, you can answer. Now we have something in patent repair rights, right? It is more or less, it is connected to the circular economy. So do you think that it is not violating the rights of innovators?
Sorry, sir. The question is not.
See, I invent something, right? And after that, my point is that, see, if you see the principle or doctrine of exhaustion under IPR, based on that exhaustion, I purchase something and I use, then I'm not, I'm not authorized to reproduce. So in circular economy, what happens? People misuse the name of like, okay, waste management and so on, recycling, but the repair and use. So could you tell something about in the context of Kerala, how it has been successful? If it is, how you are talking about the pathways to zero waste and sustainable cities.
Yes. Yes, sir. So regarding Kerala approximately generate like 37 million tons of waste annually, but only 20 to 25% are scientifically processed. So the state actually facing challenges of plastic population and scientific dumping, inadequate recycling infrastructure. Likewise, lots of challenges the states are facing. However, these waste management remain a major challenges with growing concern over the plastic pollution, inefficient recycling of this waste. So this study particularly investigate the role of IPR and circular economy, giving the sustainable urban development in Kerala. So it examines the impact of the IPR on promoting eco-friendly innovations, then various government policies supporting circular economies. So I have chosen around 5 case studies regarding this. One is a Sujitwa mission in Kerala, focuses on decentralized waste management, which includes biogas plants, organic composting, plastic waste reduction, so which significantly reduced waste in urban areas. And another one case study is Kudumbashree Waste Management Initiative, which is actually led by women. Women-led waste collection and recycling is actually happening through this particular case. And another one is which is not related to it is related to Bangalore e-waste management system. In the case study that I took, it is like sustainable handling of electronic waste, which key initiative include centers for the recycling unit, producer responsibility program. So these kind of things will come under e-waste management system in Bangalore, which reduced the hazardous waste and better material recovery.
Lakshmi, can you illustrate how it has used the circular economy with IPR? Do you have any, have you studied, did you come across with the policy of the government for the recycling of the waste products?
Yes, sir.
What are the criteria? Like, okay, if you recycle plastics or you, the other waste management, for example, considering biomedical waste and so on. How?
Okay.
Where should
So
be utilized? Yes. And
we
where,
encourage,
in the context of the cities.
yes, sir. If we encourage a green patent, it will be like a fast track
No, you are
approval for
talking,
sustainable
see, you're giving a
technologies from the
statement.
government.
You are explaining. I'm saying that, did you come across, have you studied any government policy for the circular, the circular economic practices? And how
These are the
it can
schemes
be done
like
in cities? Yes.
so. So I didn't get a bill, but
Okay,
the
right.
case studies were like.
Okay, let me ask the audience if is there any question concerning your topic. Do you have any question to circular economy and IPR practice in India? Okay, seeing none. So we come to the end of the program. Thank you, ma'am, Meenakshi. So I shall just briefly give a word of thanks. Then we close.
So that I'm still here to present and
No, you're too late.
So I already messaged on the chat that I'm here. So myself, Harshit Prada is here to present. So
If
Harshit Prada on the topic of IPR as a driver of sustainable
yeah,
transport.
we will give you a chance for the last. Please.
Okay.
Yes, but you have 5 minutes time.
Okay, sir. So good evening to the honorable dignitaries and to my colleagues. So I'm here to and before here to discuss an intersections of law and a critical and environmental sustainability. So as here my topic covers as IPR as a driver of sustainable transport with a focus on patent and green technology. So today, as we
In
push
which context you're talking about this transport? See, you're talking
sustainable
about the
transport
green technologies transport system where? Which country?
to India, sir. To India and a global perspective, which covers an
That is
overall
very, that's another area of research. Did you study entire countries?
Yes, sir.
Did you study entire?
Yeah, it's for an entire global perspective, sir.
Okay.
So with a focus on patent and green technology, so that patents plays a pivotal role in shaping sustainable transport. So first, I would like to move forward. Yes, sir.
Yes, proceed.
So I would like to move forward my speech that IPR role in green technology, that patents incentivize that ensuring continuous advancement in sustainable transports like advancement in EV, that is electronic vehicles, hydrogen fuel cells, and in R&D and smart mobility solutions. So that companies that continuously investing in R&D are more likely to introduce the revolutionary technologies. So to move on with the search of green technology, innovations like all these supports of green technologies. So the WIPO reports of 700% increase in patent filing rates in the future transportation policies over past 20 years shows that significant shift towards the cleaner, more efficient modes of transport. So it also shows that to take a forward steps in a cleaner and environmental safeguarding solutions. So to move on with the public-private partnerships are crucial for sustainable development. Fostering collaborations with the private companies also makes them to participate in the sustainable development. So in India, over 61,000 green tech patents between the year of 2016 and 21 has led the part of various fields through collaborative research. So
as there are many achievements have been achieved throughout the globals and in Indian perspectives, but still there are many challenges that I would like to follow the steps of. The first, it's regulatory and legal complexities. Different environmental laws that has the countries create legal uncertainties. So the conflicts between the public and private sectors prioritize the project delays. Of course, it caused the global delayed projects of green tech due to inconsistent irregularities. So to move on with the second challenges, that is financial risk. It requires a high long-term investment, and people are not enough time to segregate those investments. The government should have to take the uh, in a way, the government has to take the steps like sudden policies change in subsidiary cut cost may lead to the delayed in investments. So on to
How
move on
IPR
to
is
the,
connected here. You're talking in the context of IPR, right?
yeah, I'm
I
talking with the context
have
of
not come across you're highlighting IPR here. It's just
yeah,
a
as
for the
the
government. Yes.
yes, sir, as the sustainable transport is connected with the new innovations of
Simply, in
IPR.
one word, how the transport system being regulated by IPR, how IPR can be facilitator of commercialization of them.
That through innovations of R&D, like innovating things in electronic vehicles and
Okay,
hydrogen.
let me ask you a question. How many companies are there in India? Like they have registered their trademarks. I mean, let's see. When we talk about the transport system, this word is very plural. We cannot say that about the just vehicles. See now, transport system. It can be air transport. It can be even railway. Also is a mode of transportation. But for example, let's see in the government has got its own setup of the transport system like Diran. For example, under Rajdhani has got its own logo. You might have seen. So whether that Rajdhani logo can be used for other by private entities, if it is used, how it can be licensed. Similarly, you can go with some other government transport like we have in Karnataka, like KSRTC buses. So like that, can the other private sector can hire or get a license to pay for some royalty for the government to use for this sort of things. Like, okay, what about the patent innovation? You talk about these aspects so that we can understand how IPR and these transport systems are linked. Now, of course, there are some things like, you see the cameras which are used by the traffic police. You see that the application apps we use in our mobile phone, somewhere it is also scientific expression, right?
Yes.
Is there any question concerning her topic?
So I don't cover
Transport system.
I don't cover the particular topic on those technologies, but I cover the overall technologies
No,
that
that
India
was our
has.
presentation. That will take you somewhere else. If you submit that paper, we were not able to select it. You understand? For presentation is fine, but when you talk about the research, you should be very narrow. See, I give you example. When you take a camera to take a photo of someone, you zoom and take the last part, right? So similarly in research, we are going from the broad to narrow. We want to find something, right? The last point, yes. So thank you. Thank you so much. So as we come to the end of the program, of course, it was an insightful and thought-provoking session. It is my honor and privilege once again to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of Department of Studies in Law, University of Mysore. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all distinguished speakers, paper presenters, who have shared their invaluable expertise with us today. We'll learn from it. At the inaugural session, we had a privilege to have the presence of Professor Dr. C. Basaraju, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Karnataka State Law University, and he was a former professor of law and chairman and dean faculty of law of the same department, but we have a paper presentation today, who enlightened us with the role of intellectual property and the water management and the need for the today's. And he underscores about the IPR and achievement through the sustainable development goals. And we have had a privilege to have Professor Gayur Alam, who asked several questions, which was smart questions, what he was talking about, explaining the term smart and so on. And sir has explained about whether India could be able to copy Singapore or UAE, some sort of thought-provoking, inspiring with regard to IPR and discussion he has shared with us. Then we have had our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Srinivaslu Ines, who is a professor of NUJS Calcutta. He also provided insights on the technologies, and particularly he talked about urban mobilities. And his talk was excellent exploration that how IPR can be a catalyst for the sustainable transport system. So, and the last, my special thanks goes to the Professor Dr. M.S. Benjamin, the Chairman and Dean Faculty of Law, University of Mysore, who has came here, gave a welcome speech. In addition to that, he has supported this program to be conducted here, and all the arrangement, whatever you see, it is not done without support of these people. I have here Mr. Milan is here, and Shivadeep is there, and Sirishti, who has helped us with the program. And the last, we are moving to all our esteemed paper presenters. I must express my deepest gratitude to all of you. Whenever we conduct a program, each one of you take part and participate so graciously. Today, sadly, we were not able to accommodate the number of participants were beyond the 100, but the Zoom subscription which university has got, it is only 100. So thank you so much. I would like to thank all the audience and active participants throughout the session. And if you have any other questions or feedback, please let me know that if we can help you. About your certificates, we will be issuing your certificate with the Zoom recorded attendance. So in that way, what happens is you can close recording. So last time we had 88 participants.